Okay, and I think we can go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Gabby. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Happy New Year, since this is our first meeting in 2024. Certainly looking forward to a positive, exciting year ahead for us, but most importantly for kids and families in Oregon. So it'll be fun to work together. Gabby, I'm calling to order the meeting of the Early Learning Council for January 24th, 2024. And Gabby, will you call the roll, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Angie Blackwell.
I'm here.
Katie Brooks. Sue said that she will be late. Peter Buckley.
Here.
Elizabeth Farrar Campbell.
Here.
Barry Ford.
Here.
Robin Hill Dunbar.
Here.
Dr. Peg Miller. Oh,
Sue's here.
Subin O.
I'm here.
Great. Ruby Ramirez is excused, and Marie Simons.
Here.
Great. And then agency directors will be joining us later this morning. So you have a quorum, Sue.
All right, super. Thanks, Gabby. And I want to thank Gabby at the very beginning of this meeting for all of the work she's put into prepping this and getting the agenda set. So thanks, Gabby. Okay, as you know, Council, what we've decided to do, at least for the beginning of this year, is to take one of the Council priorities, and we have 4 of them this year, and do what we're calling a deep dive into that priority and really gaining an understanding of what it means, focused on prenatal to 5-year-old children and their families. And we're inviting experts both within state government and also in communities to join us in conversation and share their knowledge and their perspectives. So we're going to start with our social, emotional, behavioral priority. And we've asked Robin Hill Dunbar if she would facilitate this panel. So Robin, I will say thank you, first of all, and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to open up our meeting today with a discussion about social emotional health and the development of the social emotional metric. So I wanted to start with definition a little bit to get us in that space for this whole agenda. And 0 to 3 defines social emotional health as taking place within the context of one's family, community, and cultural background. Social and emotional health is the child's developing capacity to form secure relationships, experience and regulate emotions, and explore and learn. We know that children's earliest relationships and experience, good and or bad, impact the developing brain. In fact, builds the foundation for all learning and wellness in life. We know so much more than we ever have about the impact of adverse childhood experiences and trauma. And we also know that intervention, behavioral health support, and building resilience also positively impacts social and emotional healthy development. Raise Up Oregon illustrates the importance of working across agencies and sectors with this common goal of supporting the social, emotional, healthy development of children birth to 5 in Oregon. And just as a reminder, the Raise Up Oregon, this relates to System Goal 2. All families with young children are supported to ensure their well-being. And System Goal 3, all children are thriving in early childhood and beyond. The Oregon Health Authority recognizes the critical contribution of a child's social emotional health in the earliest years. And today we welcome 4 speakers who will provide their perspectives on this work. We're joined today by Rachel Burden, Social Determinants of Health Policy Advisor from Oregon Health Authority, and Sarah Kleinschmidt, Lead Metrics Program Manager from Oregon Health Authority. They will focus on the purpose and development of the metric at the state level. And we will hear about the background as well as current implementation work and changes planned for 2025. We are also joined today by Catherine Ryan, a Community Quality Coordinator for Pacific Source, who is actively working on implementation and is the CCO partner with Lane Early Learning Hub. And joining us from the Lane Early Learning Hub is Director Chris Coombs. Welcome to our panelists. Materials were provided to the council members in members in advance of today's meeting, and we have asked our panelists to assume you've read them. After I pose questions to our panelists, we will open this up to general council discussion, whether in the form of a question, ideas, or comments. Let's get started. Sierra, we welcome you to introduce yourself, and can you please provide us with the history of the metric, why it was developed, and how it was developed?
Sure, and thank you for the question. For the record, I am Sarah Kleinschmidt. I use she, her pronouns, and my team and I work on healthcare quality metrics, largely for CCOs here at the Oregon Health Authority. I appreciate you having me here today. In terms of history of this measure, the Health Authority runs a quality improvement program for CCOs that focuses on measures of healthcare quality. And there was interest in leveraging that program around the health sector's role in getting kids ready for kindergarten. So the Health Authority partnered with Children's Institute and the Oregon Pediatric Improvement Partnership to convene a work group of folks from health and early learning. And that work group recommended a multi-pronged measurement approach that jointly focuses on children's physical, oral, developmental, and social emotional health. So for today's focus on the social emotional health component, in focus groups that Children's Institute commissioned with parents from throughout the state to support the work group, and then in conversations that we had with folks from early learning and education, what was heard really over and over and over again was the need to improve the social emotional health of these young children to help them to be ready for kindergarten. But there was not an existing national measure on children's social emotional health. So partners at Children's Institute and the Oregon Pediatric Improvement Partnership led the development of this system level measure on improving the social emotional health of young children. And I know you had some information on that in your background materials. And so this system level work includes CCOs working with partners in healthcare and early learning to address some really complex system level factors that impact the services that these kids receive, and including how they receive them, understanding things like any payment and policy barriers. And it requires CCOs with community partners to co-create and implement action plans to close any gaps, to create new and better pathways so that these kids can have equitable access to social emotional health services.
Thank you. As a follow-up, where are you now in implementation of the metric?
Sure. So I mentioned that Children's Institute and the Oregon Pediatric Improvement Partnership led the creation of the current system level measure, and they're what we call measure stewards. The system level measure is the first part of a glide path, and so it will shift to a quantitative child level measure that focuses on ensuring children receive clinically recommended issue-focused intervention services that are provided by CCO contracted providers. And as you saw in the background materials, the Oregon Pediatric Improvement Partnership has been developing this child level measure. They're in the process of holding some input sessions as they refine what that measure will ultimately look like. And the intent is that next year, so 2025, the child level measure that is being developed by the Oregon Pediatric Improvement Partnership would replace the current system level measure in our program.
Thank you. I want to welcome Catherine and Chris to each of you introduce yourselves and share your perspective on the purpose of this work in Lane County.
Thank you. My name is Catherine, she, her pronouns. As mentioned, I work at the Pacific Source CCO, focusing specifically on implementation of this work in Lane County. And what I think from, sort of the health plan perspective, one of the concepts in this metric that there was some stuff in the background materials is this intersection, there's puzzle pieces, if you can recall that, in the graphic of medical complexity and social complexity, kind of combining into this overall health complexity. And this is coming out of, the work done by OPIP and the Children's Institute, but it really is sort of the framing for how we're approaching this. And you can see, if you look at the social complexity factors, it aligns very closely with ACEs, right? There's a lot of kind of intersections in all of this. And it, again, from the health plan side, it's looking at kind of pieces that we know are predictors of sort of high cost healthcare events or poor health outcomes. And there's some really clear linkages that exist between sort of this health complexity in early childhood and overall health outcomes down the road. So we're really looking at addressing sort of both of those pieces early on to get at those longer term health outcomes and sort of quality of life too, right? It's not just about saving money. It's the fact that we hope translates into better health, better lived experience for these kiddos as they get older. And I think that's one piece of it. And as we've been working through this system level part of the measure, there's clearly an intention for the work to bring together and engage multiple systems to work towards this outcome. So Chris and I both started in the positions we're in early 2023. And it feels like we have sort of been on this adventure together as partners through all of this. And we've really together worked to reach out through a lot of existing spaces in our community. Some of those are ones that the Hub hosts. So we have a group of pediatricians who come together monthly, more broadly kind of early learning stakeholders, and then their Family Leadership Council. We've had conversations and gotten feedback in all of those spaces. And then there's also a group of early childhood mental health providers that is convened by our system of care folks that has been like amazing to tap into and just kind of talk to them and get their perspective and experience. So these kind of pieces, along with some other kind of more larger, broad community convenings, have been really important spaces to share out information and then get feedback and input to kind of drive the work that we're doing. And then we also, along with Trillium, which is the other CCO in our region, established a cross-sector advisory committee sort of really focused specifically on the work. So we are definitely sort of leaning into the, bringing in all of these folks together and going where they are to bring it all together and hopefully get that broader kind of perspective on it.
Thank you. Chris, you're on mute and I know you're trying to speak.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I just want to thank you for inviting us. I'm Chris Coombs, the co-director for the Early Childhood Hub of Lane County, and my pronouns are she, her. I will just kind of piggyback on what Catherine was talking about and start with that we know from research that early intervention, when needed, is a key to supporting positive outcomes for young children. Supporting children's social emotional growth provides a critical foundation for lifelong development and learning that helps children form and maintain meaningful relationships with adults and other children. The Hub has been a key partner with our CCO, and we narrowed in on specific strategies and funding priorities. So as we get going into 2024, the 4 areas of work that we prioritized are perinatal parenting education, behavioral health training and supports, child care provider supports, and flexible funding to reduce barriers to mental health services. The funds from Pacific Source for perinatal parenting education, as well as behavioral health provider training and supports, are going to go directly through our Early Learning Hub. The funds to support childcare providers are going through our local childcare resource and referral agency, and the flexible funds will be distributed directly to 2 of our larger early childhood mental health agencies. With the perinatal parenting education funds, we are seeking to create a system that supports pregnant people with applicable resources so that they may develop strong, stable, healthy attachment to their child or children. Our work is to fill gaps in resources and support in our region and create an interwoven system that can be easily navigated by families and providers.
Thank you. Catherine and Chris, the council is greatly concerned that the strategies for early childhood include specific racial inequity approach. Can you tell us about your racial equity approach?
Yeah, I'm going to sort of speak first and kind of talk to some of the pieces that are built into the measure itself. around this, and then Chris is going to kind of talk about what has that been looking like in Lane County. So first of all, I think acknowledging, right, that this is built into the measure, like that's really significant and important, because it's calling out and specifically saying this is the thing that you need to be thinking about and paying attention to. So the first piece is making sure that as we're looking at our data around children who are accessing services or assessments, that we are disaggregating that by things like race, ethnicity, and primary language spoken. Unsurprisingly, when we did this with our data, we saw differences in the kind of rates at which kiddos were accessing behavioral health services based on all of those things. And right, it's the white, non-Hispanic or Latino English-speaking kids were at higher rates than their counterparts. And so that was step one. We saw in that we have work to do to work on closing those gaps, and that we need to do that in partnership with those communities and sort of following their lead on why that's happening and what we need to do to address it. The second piece is we had to look at the behavioral health providers that we're contracted with who are providing these services. And what does that workforce look like? Again, sort of looking at race and ethnicity and the languages that they can provide services in. Similarly, those providers are overwhelmingly white and English speaking. I think one of the pieces that for me was sort of I made a little map, and Eugene Springfield is our metro area, and Lane County is very big. Outside of Eugene Springfield, we have 0 providers who provide services in Spanish. So that was like, that is a bummer. But it's providing, right, a focus, a place for us to look at and say, okay, moving forward, we need to be looking at this, and how can we either, sort of bring those providers into serving this population, support professional development. All of those things are sort of built into our strategies for this year. And the third piece is to engage specifically with communities experiencing historical and contemporary injustices. And we have to kind of share out our findings from the data and our behavioral health providers, and get their feedback on strategies to move this forward. So in 2022, we identified Latinx community in Lane County as one of these kind of primary groups, and have been really working on building relationships and trust in that community, which is work, right? That's hard work. And so we've been trying to do that really consciously. And Chris is going to talk about that piece a little bit more.
Thank you, Catherine. So in Lane County, obviously, like in other regions, we work really hard to build relationships with our strategic partners across sectors and encompassing our priority populations. So around this metric, Catherine and I are going to be working specifically with La Plaza, a Latinx community organization that provides mental health care in Eugene, to strengthen and support their mental health program. Currently, they do not work with many children, so we're hopeful that through the CCO resources, as well as the funds from DELC for the infant and early childhood mental health consultants, we can support their staff so that they're able to offer culturally responsive mental health care for children with Spanish-speaking providers. But in addition to racial equity, we also work with our other priority populations, such as families with physical and intellectual disabilities, children in foster care, teen moms, and rural communities. And building relationships that serve these populations is critical to finding out what the needs are. And that work is very important to us. So in order to build a sustainable system, it needs to work for everyone in a way that meets their needs. And we're really excited about this work. It's kind of all coming together at the same time. In addition to our metric work with our CCOs, we are also a design pilot for the Upstream Initiative. And this work blends seamlessly with the metric, and we are actively seeking to have BIPOC as well as other marginalized populations represented in all of those conversations.
Thank you. Catherine, what are the lessons learned to date, and how is your own work shifting and improving based on those lessons learned?
I think one of the key things to recognize here is that this is work that's happening across many large and complex systems. And it's totally the level, that's the level we need to be doing the work at to move the needle in a meaningful way. So yes, like it makes it really hard and challenging, and that's what's going to make the biggest difference. So I think within, you know, the way that those systems maybe at the state level kind of trickle down within our community, it really takes sort of a commitment and a willingness from all of those partners to show up and to see how their piece of the system fits within this broader work, and to trust each other and be open to seeing kind of where the conversation and the process leads us, because it may not align perfectly with the thing that they really showed up to focus on. And I think that I feel like it feels like we've done a pretty good job in doing that here and trying to kind of capture and reflect those pieces. In Lane County, again, sort of, I think folks involved in this work had some familiarity with those other sectors that are now kind of at the table together. But we've had to spend a bit of time on just sharing, learning, kind of all getting caught up on each other's language, the way we talk about things, the requirements that we each have. Just some of that level setting has been really important, but has also been just to get us there, but has been part of the process right then as we're doing that to identify where those intersections and overlaps. And it takes time, again, right? It takes time to have those conversations and spend that time together. And I think the other piece is I came into this role not at all as an early childhood knowledge holder, aside from having a child who recently aged out of that time frame. And I think there's been some advantage to that because it has allowed me to step in really more as a facilitator and sort of an organizer of the work, rather than coming in kind of with my, perspective and direction of where I think things should happen. It's really allowed me to pull things together and try and synthesize and reflect back on what I'm hearing, and has allowed us then to be responsive to what's coming up from the community, not necessarily having sort of a set agenda from the CCO side as we're doing this work.
Thank you. Rachel, we welcome you to introduce yourself and tell us what you do see as the benefits from your perspective through your role at the Transformation Center at Oregon Health Authority.
Thank you, Robin. And thanks everyone for having me and us in this panel. And yeah, I will speak to kind of two benefits that I'm seeing and hearing, but want to say that in the Transformation Center, our role is really to support implementation of a variety of things, including this metric. So I'm lead on working closely with the metrics team and Sarah, as well as all of the CCOs and some of their partners on some of the work that you've heard Catherine and Chris talk about. So the two benefits that I see, I really, I engaged with the CCOs over the past 2 years, tried to craft some support for them implementing this metric, and last spring met individually with almost all of the CCOs to really hear about their pride points, their challenges, what more they need to continue in this kind of glide path or implementation system building phase. And these two things, which are really a reiteration of what you're hearing, are one, around partnerships. Every CCO that I met with really said that this metric has prompted them to change the way they partner, with whom they partner, and why they're partnering, how they show up to the table. And also because of this metric, many CCOs felt that they were able to build more community trust and form new alliances. And so you heard Catherine really talk about that. The second benefit that I am seeing and is really that the CCOs are better understanding the service provision within their area. And again, you hear a CCO, Catherine, PacificSource, talking about what that really looks like, but one of the required components of the metric, so built into it, is asset mapping. And so as CCOs do that asset mapping, they're really getting a lay of the land of who the providers are in their network, what types of services they're providing, and different information about the providers. And again, that understanding of what services are being provided by whom and what those gaps are key to kind of figuring out what to do next. So I'd say those are the two benefits, and maybe with another question, I can talk about the benefits or lessons learned for OHA.
That's perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So I'd say that OHA is part of the system, and although we knew that going in, just like other state agencies, what we need to do as part of the system to better support regional and local partners in implementing this really complex work has been a lesson learned. And one lesson learned is really around when we're providing and working closely with CCOs and their networks and partners, providing support both at this really tactical level around how do you do assessments and how do you use and share data? How do you create an action plan? That's one kind of layer of support that CCOs needed a little bit of help with, but this bigger systems change work is a whole different kind of body of work, and the kind of support that is needed is different. So we have grappled at OHA with how to provide both layers of support around that. The second, that's kind of one lesson learned, is just really figuring out how best to support this this multi-layered work. And then the second lesson learned, I would say, is that we are really recognizing our important role as a state agency in the broader systems change, and identifying some areas where we can take some specific steps to improve the change that CCOs and their partners, healthcare providers, really need to take so that these young children and their families get the needed services. And so a couple of these steps that we're taking, one is that I've reconvened an OHA leadership group that brings together multiple leaders from across the agency to learn what this implementation is showing us and what we need to do. And some of the leadership teams within OHA include system of care. You heard someone already mentioned system of care. There's the child and family behavioral health team within OHA. There's maternal child health within public health. And then there's a health policy and Medicaid team. So we're talking across our agency about how we can bring all of the assets to bear at that state agency level to provide support. The other few things that we're taking steps to do around more of this broader systems change is we created a system map to kind of map out a lot of the players at the state level that need to really trickle down to support what's happening at the regional level. We're creating some supportive communications content, and CCOs are also doing that on their own, but really to kind of elevate and normalize that social emotional health for young kids is real and it's important, and kind of take away some of that stigma. And then the last step we're taking is we're really exploring how to better support and contribute to the build out of the behavioral health workforce, specifically for this population 0 to 5, specifically for social emotional health. We know going into this and hear loud and clear from CCOs that there's a huge gap.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you.
I wonder if we could hear from Chris on what capacity does it take from your perspective to do this work?
Sure, thank you. It's challenging. So as a hub leader, our job is to convene and collaborate, and we deeply want to have a greater impact in our community. However, we're restricted to our current level of funding. So we risk overworking and burnout, in addition to other issues that come up in the hub as we add in new initiatives. We can always find more grants to fund more staff, but that also leads to more work. So, layering in additional work is just always a challenge. Currently, on a regular basis, I'm spending 2 to 3 hours a week working on the social emotional metric. And often that's more like 5 or 7 hours, depending on meetings and things like that. And that is going to only increase once we get into the planning phase of our infant and early childhood mental health consultant work.
Thank you. And do you have recommendations for the council on how to advance this work?
The most challenging part of creating systems change is making it sustainable. So as we look at funding, I think it's important. One-time funds are great, but we need to build in sustainability. It would be horrible to do all this work and set up something that we can't sustain. So that would be, if there's any way the council can help with that, that would be my request.
Thank you, Chris. And now we're going to turn to council members for questions, comments, ideas that you would like to share. And I think I'm going to, at 9:50, we're closing this portion of the agenda. So just giving you a heads up of how much time we have. Anyone would have a question or a comment, an idea? Peter.
Thanks, Robin, and thanks to the folks on the panel. I really appreciate the information and the work you're doing. Chris, if I can ask you a couple things. I'm a big fan of flexible funding in this arena, and in most any arena that has to do with children and families. Can you give me a little bit more information? What's the source of the funding you're providing to, I think you said 2 mental health providers, and how are those flexible funds used?
I can certainly give you a little bit of information, but Catherine's probably going to be a better one there. The source of the funding is from the metric incentive funds. And then I'm going to swing it over to Catherine to finish out how it's going to be used. That's really her
Great,
forte.
good job. Yeah, we're using to all the work that those 4 pieces that Chris talked about is the funds that we received for meeting them. We received in 2023 for meeting the metric in 2022. So it's a little backwards, but and we're sort of thinking of it as an experiment, really, and have worked with, like I said, 2 of our larger behavioral health agencies, and sort of said that if it is something that a family identifies is a barrier to them being able to attend appointments, engage with services, then they can use the funds for that. So it may mean transportation, it may mean childcare. One of them was actually talking about setting up some co-located childcare at their agency. So the idea is really to try and tackle some of those social determinants of health pieces, really, and see, kind of measure what the impact that has on their engagement, no-shows, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Thank you. I mean, I hope as the work evolves, we look even more flexibility. I noticed that Michigan has a pilot project that all new moms in Flint, Michigan receive $7,500 in financial support over the first couple of years of their child's life. And I think so much of what we're seeing with our families are struggling so much. The stress on the family leads to the lack of social emotional development for the children. So I really hope that we can look at really kind of that grassroots level of helping families make sure they're stable and have that always be part of our focus. But thank you.
Barry?
Thanks. One, I appreciate the presentation so much, and thank you everyone for your time. You may not have the number, but I am curious. What would it take to fund this work across the state in a sustainable way? I mean, seriously, do we have a target number of resources it would take for Oregon to do this right across the state?
I can tell you what we're starting with. So for instance, with the perinatal parenting education, we're starting with around $275,000. I know that is not enough money to fully roll out the vision that we have, which is a really comprehensive referral for all folks that are experiencing pregnancy, through those early years, around everything from parenting education to diaper banks to transportation supports, all those supports. But we're kind of piloting it with that much money. I think we had a conversation with Lynn Benton and Lincoln counties, and they have a program called Polywog. And they said it takes, Catherine can correct me if I'm wrong, their program, which is excellent and very comprehensive, is around $350,000 a year, and that is for that specific support. The RFA for infant and early childhood mental health consultants, we received that. That's going to be $511,000 over 2 years, and it's not nearly enough to really create the supports that are needed. So some of the CCO funding, I believe it's around $400,000, is going directly to shore up that RFA, because what we are finding in classrooms is that teachers, providers need more ongoing support. They don't need just a training. They don't need a one-time support, but they need someone in the classroom that could be there for 2 or 3 or 5 days to help them navigate triggers in young children so that they can redirect or support children in different ways. I received an email from a preschool provider not too long ago, and they were at their wits' end. They have a child that is violent and throwing chairs across the room, and they have to do classroom clears in preschool. So not only is that child not getting the support that they need, but all the other children in the classroom must be terrified. I mean, imagine being 4 years old and you have to get shuffled out of your classroom multiple times a day. So that's the kind of support that we actually need, and that to make that program sustainable.
So really, the fundamental answer right now is that we don't yet know.
We don't yet know.
No. Okay. Okay.
And Rachel, I think, wants to answer from like a statewide perspective.
Please. Yeah.
Right. And I will say, I do not know either. I think it's a really good question, and it would be a good one to dig into and kind of get more clear around when you say to do this work, what we mean exactly, and then what costs would be associated. One big bucket of work that might need funding is that workforce. We know there are gaps in workforce, meaning one, there just are not providers in certain parts of the state, period, that can address the issues needed. And I'm talking about healthcare workforce now. There's a whole other workforce, right, that Chris can speak to more so, that might have another fiscal need. So there are providers that do not exist. And then there are, other sets of providers that need training to be able to offer the specialty types of services. So I think there's probably a fiscal there, and we don't know what that is.
Thank you. And I'm going to call on Subin.
Hi, I have a few comments and a question. First, Chris, you mentioned that the hardest part is getting to sustainability, and I agree that's an incredibly challenging aspect, but I might argue that so much of what you're doing, you're describing it with so much grace. I see so much challenge in the work you're doing right now, which is to convince people to step into the unknown and to go into a place that, is new territory. And you've been doing that and are doing it with great success. And I want to acknowledge that that's also challenging. I also want to appreciate this one document that I'm looking at is the SE metric, the social emotional health systems map. And I'm looking at it, and in particular, I'm looking at the graphic that kind of shows the parent, the family, the child, and how they might interact with all the different components of the system. I appreciate graphics like that because it gives me a sense as a council member of what is the actual human experience that children and families are having as they're engaging with the system that we're talking about creating. So I would hope that we can see something like that for all aspects of our system, and also to see the constellation of all those systems and all those experiences that people are having, because that's ultimately what we're talking about. I hope to see more graphics like that. In regards to some of the question around racial equity, I appreciated as part of the answer that we were talking about engagement and engaging with communities, and you named some of the partners. I'm familiar with some research happening that has been happening for a long time, I believe since 2003 at UCLA. Dr. Kenneth Wells with Rand Corporation and with UCLA also took an approach of teaming up with local community organizations, church organizations, community leaders to come up with that team-based approach. And what I really appreciated about what they were doing was that they weren't coming in saying, here's the ways that we want to fix Black and Brown communities. They were saying, hey, we want to improve the quality of our services to improve the outcomes for Black and Brown families. And so just that shift, that significant shift in posture in how they show up in the communities, I think is really relevant to racial equity. Now, my question is, going back to that systems map document, I wonder about the next panel we're about to do and the suspension and expulsion prevention program. I wonder about early intervention, early childhood special ed. When we think about, I keep using this word constellation because it feels that way. There's so many pieces, right? How are they supposed to interact? What should a classroom practitioner know? What should an early interventionist know? What should a medical provider know? And how should they be talking together? Should they be talking together? In what ways? And that's a question that is probably too difficult to answer in the time frame we have.
I wonder if the visual, there was a lot of materials and it might be hard for some to just like locate those really quickly. Is it possible for Subin to share a screen briefly of that map?
I can put the link in the chat, actually. I know exactly what Subin is talking about. So I'll drop that in the chat if you want.
That would be great, just to bring it to the front of mind for those on the call.
I'm also happy to flash it just so that we can have it on the recording.
That would be great, Gabby. Thank you.
I think I can just briefly sort of respond to the question, not with any concrete magical answers, but I think those are the questions, right, in all of this. And I think it's also really hard when each of those sort of layers in the process in these systems are stretched, are tight, as tight as they can be. And I think, I feel like in one of our community conversations, I heard it from the pediatricians, because the sort of the other parts of the system were starting to say, well, but why don't, when kids go to their well child visit, why can't the pediatrician just X, Y, and Z? And they were like, well, because we're already doing A through R or whatever it is. So I think that is one piece of it. Is I think we can sort of sort out what is the ideal, right, sort of process or navigation or where those things happen. And then we need to be able to look at it and say, okay, and get right back to the question, what does it take to sort of get us there in each of those places? And I think that I'm really appreciative that in Lane, we have our CCR&R is very much at the table. And so we are, and because the hub is the holder of the suspension and expulsion prevention grant, we are trying to think of how, from sort of the at-home child care provider sort of up through the ways that a kiddo or family situation might get escalated. How are we trying, we're trying to support sort of the different places in that and think about how does one sort of flow into another if there isn't like an off-ramp and a resolution in one, sort of what happens to get them to the next one. And it's hard.
It's very complex, but I appreciate how you're laying it out. And that visual is very detailed and beautiful for illustrating the complexity. So I appreciate you showing that, Gabby, and everyone has that in their materials. Rachel, what would you like to share?
Yeah, just want to make a brief comment about that system map, that it's really the first stab at trying to, visually display this pretty complex system. And it is healthcare centric, if that's not obvious. So the central workflow is really about a child moving through that healthcare system, knowing all the other systems around it. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And you bring up also like whose perspective are we taking? Is it the healthcare? And I think Subin was really mentioning like the child in that complex system of all the different you guys are all describing how much families have to navigate. So I appreciate this conversation. Angie, I would love to have you share.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation and just how inspiring, I think, and just I'm very proud to be a part of a state that really prioritizes this work and to be a part of this council that's helping to bring all these different players together. So I'm so happy about that. One of the things that that I want to hear more about is the strategies around workforce development for behavioral health, particularly for serving children with families with children 0 to 5. That's I think a big piece of, like, we can identify a lot of these strategies and what's needed, but without the workforce, that is really concerning to me. But I just appreciate this work so much. I know this is only one example of what's happening around the state with all of the CCOs and the social emotional metric, but I feel very inspired and hopeful as a result of this presentation. Thank you.
That's wonderful, Angie. Rachel, did you have a follow-up comment? Your hand.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No,
Just want to check. All right, we only have a minute. Is there any last comments? I appreciate there's something added to the chat.
I can respond to Angie just a little bit about what we're doing in Lane quickly.
Yeah.
We are using some of those funds to support our behavioral health providers, which is kind of a combo of things. Some of it is for training, certification, right? Sort of getting folks what they need. There was a TA call on this a while ago, and there was a therapist who, it was the first time I'd heard anybody say, they're like, when you come out of a master's level program, you are not trained to work with this population. It's an extra, it's a beyond that. So recognize that was just a light bulb for me in terms of what we need to support. So we have some funds for that. And then the other pieces are around sort of supervision and retention. And so recognizing that someone can go through that training, but working with this age group is really challenging. And so they may need additional supervision for the first 6 months, the first year, whatever that looks like, to sort of transition into serving this population and kind of getting their feet grounded in it so that we can keep them and they keep working with them and don't sort of go off and be like, nope, I'm going to work with teenagers or adults or, sort of wherever else they might go.
That is super helpful. And I know we're out of time, but I'm going to use my facilitator privilege to make one last comment about not only does the workforce need training specific to working with that age group, but it's the complexity of working with both the parent and the caregiver in that therapeutic intervention is critical. And that is also more complex for Medicaid billing, for everything. And so I'm glad that we're focusing on this, and I'm so grateful to have so many sectors looking at it together. And that is a wrap for this session. I'll turn it over to Sue.
All right. I want to add my thanks to all of you, Chris, Rachel, Catherine, and Sarah. Your presentations have been really informative. They're just exactly what we were looking for, so that the council in the time ahead can have a real chance to see where should we be trying to spend some time and effort to support you all in this important work. So thank you very, very much. And you're more than welcome to stay on if you'd like to hear more about social emotional supports and system building. So thank you all. So now we're going to pivot, and Robin, I want to thank you again for facilitating that session and all of the prep work that went into that. So we appreciate you. Robin is heavily embedded in the whole metric work in her region. So she has a couple of years of experience in this. So we're fortunate, Robin, to tap into your expertise in that field. Thank you. And now we're going to pivot to another council member, Peter Beckley, who is also very invested and involved in social emotional behavioral health in his region. So Peter, I'll turn it over to you to facilitate our next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And I'm going to apologize in advance. I woke up early this morning feeling really lousy, and I tested positive for COVID, so I'm a little bit raspy here. So I'll do the best I can,
Oh,
but I
Peter.
appreciate people's patience with this.
Sorry.
So just like the previous panel, this panel is designed to provide council members with updated information about a range of work focused on the social emotional development that's underway to support continuity of care for young children in early learning and care settings. Oregon has recognized that proactive, preventative-oriented work is needed to ensure that young children can stay in their early learning settings. Further, as part of Oregon's commitment to racial equity, it has been necessary to develop strategies that result in equitable inclusion of children. I'm delighted to be joined today by John Reeves from the Department of Early Learning and Care, Subin O, the co-director of Teaching Preschool Partners and a member of the council, and Cara Williams from the Oregon Department of Education. And after I pose questions to our panelists, we'll open the discussion to the council for questions, etc., ideas and comments. I'd like to start by asking each of our panelists to introduce him or herself and to share what brings you to this work. What brings you to this work? And let's start with John.
Good morning. I'm John Reeves. I'm the Professional Learning System Director at the Department of Early Learning and Care. And this question should be a warm-up question, but I'm going to go deep and heavy right off the top. So thanks for bearing with me. What brought me to this work? Early in my career, I made a decision to, with a child that was really struggling in our program over a period of time, to ask the parent, to essentially inform the parent that we would no longer be able to serve her child. And our staff were very unsuccessful in supporting. We informed her that that he would be more successful in a program that had a smaller group size and could individualize more for him. And so over the course of, early on, I thought that was a good business decision. And then over the period of time that I've been in this field, which is too many years to count, I've been revisiting this situation throughout my career, and it's plagued me. And as I learned more in my career, and I understood more about the supports that existed in communities, and I immersed myself in learning strategies to build strong relationships with families and meet children where they're at developmentally and emotionally, I committed to never putting a family through that experience again. It's helped me really focus in on striving to help others gain insights to what I had gained, and really think of strong approaches to engage in relationships with families. And so I'm really happy to be here this morning, and thank you for bearing with me on that intro.
Thank you, John. Cara, how about you?
Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to make it any lighter, but my name is Cara Williams. I am the Director of Inclusive Services in the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities at the Department of Education. Inclusive Services is responsible for early intervention and early childhood special education, regional inclusive services, pre-K to third grade coordination, and early language and literacy intervention. That's my elevator speech. My journey into this role is also deeply personal. I grew up with young parents who navigated the complex world of special education for my younger sister, who has severe cerebral palsy and is hard of hearing. It was a really challenging experience, and I observed that it often overlooked the social and emotional needs of my family and my sister. Motivated by this, I went into early childhood education with the mission to ensure that every child and family receives good supports from the very start. Later on, I became a parent to a child with autism and who is hard of hearing. I navigated this landscape as a parent, which added to my perspective, certainly. And reinforced my belief in the critical importance of social and emotional well-being as a priority. As both a sibling and a parent, I've witnessed the devastating impacts of ableism and isolation. This firsthand experience has solidified my conviction that the initial 5 years of a child's life are crucial. It demands an emphasis on social and emotional health for the child and for the family. And now more than ever, I am dedicated to making a difference in this field.
Thank you, Cara. Subin, how about you?
Hi, Subin, fellow council members. I'm co-director of Teaching Preschool Partners. I think I'm wearing that hat right now as a co-director of TPP. We work with school districts who are trying to start up their preschools as an important aspect of our early learning system, and support them in implementing playful inquiry approaches aligned through elementary grades. And that positions me to see hundreds of classrooms a year in all of Oregon. And before that, as an early childhood consultant, I've worked in Head Start programs, certified family, registered family centers, consulting and working in CCR&Rs and being a certified trainer, master trainer, done all the things, right? In terms of what brought me to this work, I left a classroom teaching position that I absolutely loved because I just wanted to have broader impact within the state. I was noticing things that I wanted to work on. And one of the things that happened really quickly, it was just a barrage of requests, was support around social emotional development and learning. How do we support challenging behaviors? They felt like teachers are feeling like it's a barrier to, they can't get to the practices, they can't get to the other ideas, because that's what they're thinking about. And a teacher often feels like one or a handful of children's behaviors are soaking up all their attention, their time, their stress. So that's a fairly common issue, unfortunately. So that's what brought me to this work. I've done a huge deep dive into several fields of psychology, whether it's Adlerian psychology or social learning theory with Bandurus, or looking at different frameworks like collaborative problem solving, positive discipline, conscious discipline. I've looked at everything, trying to figure out, how do I help teachers? How do I help the directors? How do I help families? And I think that's why I was asked to be on this panel.
Thanks, Subin. And I just to note, in previous conversations, you've talked about the importance of coaching, and that was mentioned in an earlier panel too, that we really have to get that support. And it's gratifying to know that we're going to talk about the pyramid model and that their coaching program as well. That's happening. Subin, just to start us off with the discussion, can you give us just a couple examples of things you've seen in classrooms that would be good for us to know about, some specific examples?
Sure. Yeah. So I have some notes here to ground me. Through the generosity and graciousness of many educators, I have seen over 100 classrooms in just the last year alone, as a coach, as a mentor to them, and supporting their practice. Among the many issues of education and care that professionals ask for help with, young children's behavior consistently rises up as a topic of discussion. For many professionals, the world of pedagogy, instruction, curricular design, making shifts in practice feel like a distant universe. They don't feel approachable when we're talking about behaviors. And the young children's behaviors often feel daunting, confusing, intractable, even when it's not particularly challenging. It can feel confusing in terms of what is going on with this young child, right? And so quite often, I will say this, through coaching, through supporting classroom practice, through supporting the development of, high quality learning environments, engaging materials, thinking about schedule structures, routines, we can support teachers and support challenging behaviors in the classroom. It is often something that works really well, but there are definitely times when that's not enough. When it's not resolving issues, teachers are still feeling overwhelmed. And I will say that in the last few years, it has become more frequent and more intense that teachers are communicating that with me. And there's always that confusing moment when a teacher or a director or a professional is saying, who do I turn to? Who's going to help me with this? How can I get help? And sometimes that's me. And sometimes we're on a search, on a hunt together in terms of figuring out which aspect of the system do we need to look at and who needs that help. So it's not always clear to a provider who should be helping and when and what aspect are they looking at in the system. Across regions, there's great variability of who's available, what's available, how they're working with folks. And I will say when it is working well, because there are examples of it working well, it is usually through a series of thoughtful and coordinated touch points, practitioners talking to each other and coordinating with each other. and they're developing trusting and respectful relationships with practitioners. It's not about, here, I'm the expert, let me tell you what to do. It always starts with, who are you? What are you about? What's in front of you? How can I help? And those are the kinds of relationships that really make it successful. So I believe these are the aspects of the system that John and Kara are going to talk about.
Thanks, Subin. So Kara, can you share your approach to this work at a high level? I mean, what are the headlines you'd like to share with the council?
Thank you, Peter. The first headline I want to share is that social and emotional health and development must be the focus in the early years. In Oregon, we have focused our early intervention and early childhood special education state systemic improvement plan on improving social and emotional and approaches to learning skills for children ages birth to 5 who experience disabilities. And for this purpose, we implement the pyramid model and the early childhood inclusion indicators. My second headline would be that this is collaborative full systems work. So to be successful, there must be a significant amount of collaboration between families and agencies and programs, communities, and providers in order to realize full impact and success. One of the hallmarks of successful implementation of the pyramid model and the early childhood inclusion indicators is cross-agency, cross-sector, multi-level system collaboration, which we continue to prioritize in community and program level implementation efforts. My next headline would be that the pyramid model, it places its core emphasis on enhancing social, emotional, and behavioral well-being of our youngest children spanning from birth to 5. So this is achieved through a very deliberate reduction on the reliance of inappropriate discipline methods. Instead, it really champions the involvement of families. It employs data-driven decision-making. It integrates early childhood and infant mental health consultation, and it really nurtures an inclusive environment. And my last headline would be that we implement the early childhood inclusion indicators because we know that high quality inclusion in early education supports the development of social skills, acceptance, relationships with peers, and an overall sense of belonging, both for children with and without disabilities.
Thanks, Kara. John, how about you? What are your headlines? What would you say about the work?
Thank you. Yeah, our professional learning system office within DELC is focused on providing support to the early learning workforce. So the entire department is really focused on specialized supports and professional development, quality improvement, higher education opportunities, a robust childcare resource and referral system, and really thinking about development and growth of the workforce. And so that's the base, and that's a piece of this puzzle that we're building upon and continuing to go back to work with the organizations that those investments are within, because with even additional resources in legislative action, we need everything moving in the same direction to support this work and what's needed to help children, families, and early educators. And so some of those headlines, we're building workforce capacity to promote social emotional development. We're working with our 15 childcare resource and referral organizations with their current trainers, their coaches, consultants, infant, toddler, and preschool specialists. We're providing them with tools to support early learning and care programs. And so, as Kara was mentioning, we're partnering with ODE and jointly funding some work with Oregon State University's Early Learning System Initiative. Within that, our childcare resource and referral organizations have sent about 45 of their employees to be trained as trainers in pyramid model. And we're focusing capacity in the system to support racial equity and inclusion equity, really in response to what families are experiencing in childcare and what early educators are asking for in relation to support, as what Subin mentioned earlier. And so as we're building our our supports to address suspension and expulsion and the disproportionality that affects Black and Brown children. We're leveraging, as I mentioned, the existing investments that we have in the system and really building out a piece of the puzzle that's like the professional learning wraparound components to really round all of this work out. And so we're moving to contract with 12 local organizations known as what we're calling regional service providers. And they will be organizations that will be hiring people to provide infant and early childhood mental health consultation. The contracts are moving towards finalization with those organizations, and this mental health consultation model is rooted in multidisciplinary relationship-focused strategies to really think about the complex situations that Subin was alerting us to help remediate and support children before they're suspended or expelled. And so in December, we've also released a request for proposal for an opportunity for a central entity that will work with those regional service providers and really help them build their skills and competencies and support equity in their approach. And we're looking to have that contract administered by the end of March. And then on the supporting children with disabilities side, and my last highlight here is really thinking about the expertise of CCR&R organizations, and we're adding to their group of consultants an opportunity to increase inclusion by adding inclusive partners positions within their organizations. And Inclusive Partners is actually a DELC program that came over to us from the Oregon Department of Human Services, and they provide technical assistance and consultation to early learning and care programs, and are able to provide additional accommodations to strengthen inclusive care, and are able to help childcare programs access additional subsidy through employment-related daycare to increase supports to children and families. So there'll be a local person in each of our childcare resource and referrals focused on inclusion. Thank you.
That's fantastic. John, I'm going to stick with you. We often talk about implementation as having different phases. Before you can run, you have to walk. Before that, you have to crawl. Where are you with implementation today? Where do you think you'll be a year from now?
Thanks, Peter. So as I mentioned, we're developing a statewide infant and early childhood mental health consultation system within our early childhood suspension and expulsion prevention program. That's a mouthful. Mental health consultation in a model like this has never existed at scale throughout our state. To date, there's services, but they exist in pockets throughout Oregon and are typically targeted to serve some of our public funded programs with a little bit of extension beyond that, depending on the region and the organizations. And when I think about the analogy of crawling, as we're building our work, it's really creating what's this minimum viable system that we can put into place that really is the structural component and the foundation that we can build upon. And so as we're building this foundation with the investments from the legislature, it's giving us that base level of service so we can be walking alongside early educators as we come into 2026 when we have a ban on suspension and expulsion. But I do want to mention the legislative investment helps us create this new component of the system and really build this out, but it installs the system. It doesn't meet the need in totality. The existing professional learning system investments, as I've mentioned before, will need to be realigned to really support as a piece of this puzzle so that the training and technical assistance that exists out there can be a part of filling the capacity gap. The training and technical assistance entities that we currently work with the most are the child care resource and referral organizations. And so, as I mentioned before, receiving pyramid model training on the social emotional side is a perfect one of the strategies that really supports social emotional well-being of children and are great strategies for early educators. It's not the only strategy, but it is a very foundational component. CCR&Rs provide critical resources through the early learning. We are providing those critical resources through the early learning account to help them build their inclusive practices, and they're starting work with our DELC Inclusive Partners team members, and then we're moving quickly to contract on those regional and central services for infant and early childhood mental health consultation. And so, where will we be in a year? So components, and you might have had a chance to take a look at our legislative report and update on program development, but we are working towards building a warm line that will be finalized in partnership with the central entity that's selected. So that would be in about a year from now, that would be hopefully going live. And then we have a study on the use, a research study on the use and disparities of use of suspension and expulsion that will be completed around that time, and we'll be able to understand more about some of those strategies that Subin had mentioned around what's working well in the state to prevent suspension and expulsion that's beyond maybe what is sort of systemically installed. How can we learn from that and scale and replicate those wonderful opportunities for children and families? And each of the regional service providers will be under contract and working with the central entity during that time to develop their skills and competencies, and receiving intensive training and supports. Our training and technical assistance providers, including those childcare resource and referrals, we'll be working with all of the regional partners in that coordinated system that will be helping guide local regions to really have a robust teaming plan with early intervention, early childhood special ed, early learning hubs, those regional service providers to really be coordinated and ready to respond to requests for support. And lastly, training and other professional development content will be in development or ready and being implemented in the very critical topics around bias management, racial equity, trauma-informed practices, and racial identity development and inclusion. And so that's where I hope and am committed to getting us to in a year. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Just to note, John and his colleagues did a presentation for our regional preschool K-12 summit last week. A lot of excitement. The CCRR here is already trained for trainers in the pyramid model. Very excited to get out and get the work done. Kara, how about you? How do you see this going forward?
Thank you, Peter. So how I see it going forward is to start off by talking about going backwards, right? So we've been actually implementing in EIECSE, we've been implementing the pyramid model since 2015. But most recently, we have had the opportunity to build on the Department of Early Learning and Care's investment in the Early Learning Systems Initiative at Oregon State University, as John mentioned. So we invested some COVID-19 emergency relief funds to support a system capacity building and coaching for the pyramid model and the inclusion indicators. Both of these, I just want to reinforce that both of these are really well-known practices and implementation frameworks that are based in over 30 years of research and experience that continuously improves over time and has continuously proven to be effective and to have a positive impact for children who experience disabilities. And also, these approaches have the greatest impacts on reducing the incidence of suspension and expulsion of children of color. Oregon is one of the few states who are leading implementations by leveraging those community level early learning systems and existing leadership. So we really believe that communities know their regional early learning system and landscape best. They know where and when to start implementation. I was there, Peter, at your meeting last week and was able to hear the amazing things that are happening in the Southern Oregon. And that's where the power is with those communities. They know how to involve families. They have a direct relationship with families that will allow them to effectively implement. One example I have that in Multnomah County, we have a community leadership team that determined that they would use the pyramid model. And they would start implementation with Preschool for All because they know the power of starting with a community-led effort. So they decided to partner with really early on with Head Start and school districts to ensure that where children are served and where they will be served when they transition to kindergarten are all connected. That they're all informed and that they all share an aligned vision for equitable and inclusive education in early learning and beyond. Currently, we're at the initial stages of implementation in 5 communities in Oregon. These communities have teams made up of early learning system partners that include early intervention and early childhood special education, school districts, early learning hubs, the CCR&Rs, community-based organizations that represent families, communities of color, tribal early learning partners, providers, and advocates. And behind those communities are 3 to 5 more regions in that explore and learning phase who are building a common understanding through training and pyramid model practices. They're aligning their language, they're exploring policies that connect agencies with family priorities for equity, access, social emotional development, and a robust system of supports for their own child's development prior to and during that transition to kindergarten. Additionally, John had mentioned early childhood, infant and early childhood mental health, and we have developed an infant and early childhood mental health and early intervention state action plan in collaboration with our community partners and our cross-agency partners. This plan really focuses on supporting social emotional development and mental health with infants and toddlers and families who receive early intervention services. And it includes some of the action items that we've included are the referral process, the screening process, assessment, eligibility practices, workforce development, and cross-agency collaboration. The plan aligns with our inclusion initiative. We did that very purposefully. With workforce development actions that include training on the use of pyramid model with infants and toddlers and within early intervention home visiting. So hopefully you can see a theme here that we think it's really important that all of this work is really highly aligned and interconnected. And we're building on the initial stages of implementations for that infant and early childhood mental health and early intervention state plan.
Fantastic. Thank you. Karen, John, and to follow up, can you each briefly address the key challenges to scaling up by 2026? Kara, you go first.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that John and I will share a lot of the same critical elements and critical challenges in early childhood. So of course, high staff turnover. I've heard this council talk about this before. It's certainly something we're experiencing all over the place, including special education. We don't have a lot of incentives for early learning programs and providers. There are very high levels of stress and burnout across provider types, but especially in early childhood education providers and early intervention and early childhood special education specialists. We had a recent PDG provider survey that demonstrated that there are lots of indicators of depression and anxiety and other mental health challenges due to such high stress in these positions.
John?
Yeah, I do think there's a lot of commonalities. I do want to stress, as we're moving towards building these partnerships with these new regional service providers, they have committed as they're moving into this process to honor lived experience as they're helping recruit and create this infant and early childhood mental health consultation workforce. And as they're putting together with us after they get into contract regional equity plans, they'll be really seeking to recruit professionals from communities that are most represented in the disparities that we see in suspension and expulsion, and really thinking about this as critically as possible. And so challenges, funding that we have has provided us with enough FTE to build the foundation of this new endeavor. And so in essence, each region is going to have to make some pretty tough decisions on who they hire and with what skill level and essentially what cultures within the wide diversity that they have that they'll be able to, fill that FTE with. And so what I'm saying essentially is they may nail it, and those consultants may be able to serve certain languages and supports, but may not be able to serve them all. So it's the foundation that we're trying to build on. And so as we think about this over time, those regional service providers and our local partners, we want to keep the end goal in mind, really thinking about every investment that we're putting in to this system is building towards a workforce that can be representative of all communities, but it's going to be initially a challenge. And that's why we're realigning all of our resources to be a piece of the puzzle. So thank you.
John, I'm channeling Barry here because I know that he's going to ask, instead of settling for we don't have enough funding, I think the council really wants to know what would it take to order to actually meet the goals that we're setting here. And you've touched on this, and I don't know if you want to elaborate any further on the racial equity component. So do you have what's your approach? You've touched on it. Do you want to go a little bit further on that?
Sure. I do want to stress, and I appreciate that that the council is thinking about what do we need and how do we scale to do this in the manner that we really want to commit to do. And so looking forward to having those discussions too. But I do want to share that and the council's seen this report before, but in 2022, we were provided with the Centering Racial Equity report, which are design considerations for Oregon's statewide infant and early childhood mental health consultation program. And I can drop a link for folks if they want to take a look at it. But it was provided to us by PSU, the Center for Improvement of Child and Family Services. And so all of our investments around the early childhood suspension and expulsion prevention program are building towards the ideal tenets and considerations within that report. We have the legislatively required study that's being conducted by the Coalition of Communities of Color and AB Cultural Drivers, which will inform the additional equitable approaches that are successful in communities that we hope to scale and replicate. And all along the way, AB Cultural Drivers and the Coalition are helping us build the evaluation of this model as it's being built and then as it's being implemented. And so we'll be able to test the efficacy of the implementation of the program against those centering racial equity considerations. And our central entity will be hiring additional consultants at a central level to support regions and to be able to provide some expertise for reflective supervision and individuals that are culturally and representative of our communities within Oregon. And so there will be, as those regional service providers are coming into contract, there is a distinct focus on helping them build their equity-centered approaches. And so they'll be working with the central entity to understand how infant and early childhood mental health consultation is different from coaching and other types of consultation, how it differs from mental health treatment services. There's a lot of confusion out in the world about what consultation is versus where there might be needs for treatment in the future. Each of these regions will be working on an equity plan that's identifying their short and long-term workforce equity goals, again, working with the central entity that will hopefully be able to help them build some of the infrastructure that they need in order to support people where they're at as they are building their professional development in the new positions that they're in. We as a side note, have had some support in surveying the existing workforce that exists and how they got into mental health consultation or other types of consultation service. And there is a really important consideration here about growing our own in our communities, really looking at the people who come at this work with competencies and skills and then wrapping around them to support them to get the additional things that they need to have that multidisciplinary lens that mental health consultation requires. And so I do want to mention that the central entity will be the key connecting force around bringing to these consultants information and professional development around trauma-informed, culturally responsive practices, bias management, and racial equity approaches. I will also say one last thing. Our suspension and expulsion prevention program has an advisory committee that was able to launch in November, and they will be working with us in the very short term to prioritize the components in the legislation that still need to be developed. The committee is comprised of some amazing individuals. We have early educators, family members, service providers, technical assistance professionals, and a highly representative and diverse group of people. I will mention that Subino is also involved in that, and I believe that committee is going to help us co-develop some of the more critical things that need to be installed in the system that aren't yet done.
Thanks, John. Kara, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I do. And thank you for the question. We do call out equity in our vision and mission statements for EIECSE and for our inclusion initiative that includes the pyramid model. But we know that we have a long road towards racial equity. We acknowledge that, and we know that we can do better and we can do more. Some of the things we know that Black children are less likely to be identified and receive early intervention in the nation, and nationally, this is an issue. We acknowledge that special education and public education in general has harmed Indigenous youth and Black and Brown children and families. And we're actively working to understand those historical impacts on our current practices and our biases, and understand how biases may be more deeply embedded in our system, and to address those through diversifying our investments, our policies, and our practices at the state and the regional level. Some of this includes ensuring that professional development opportunities for leadership, coaching, for providers and for specialists are culturally responsive, they're identity affirming, and they're inclusive. There are 5 core things that we know need to happen, and we repeat these often as we're having conversations and thinking about this. We need to ground our work in data and context. We need to listen to and act with community. We need to have a comprehensive system change. I just want to highlight that. We need to shift power to the community, as identified. That is where the real power is. And then we need to build on accountability. We know that the expert model that we've typically applied when we're doing implementation coaching is much less effective than if we shift power to acknowledge the expertise that exists already in communities with their teachers and families and children. It increases buy-in, and it also is really the only way to establish sustainability. We're building that system in partnership with the Early Learning Systems Initiative and the Department of Early Learning and Care and others to really try to close that loop and to receive feedback about our processes and make changes accordingly. So we know one of the things that we can and need to do better is to provide information and then to listen to the feedback that we are given, and then to act on the feedback that we're given. For example, the Early Learning Systems Initiative is using subcontracts to connect with their community organizations and develop an implementation guide for these initiatives. They're investing in partnerships that ensure that materials are translated into other languages. That's been a really big effort for us and for them. And they're offering a comprehensive course on racial bias in early learning environments. And then they're also using reflection in their offerings, and they're asking for feedback, and they're asking for folks to reflect on their experience and to address bias directly and to help mitigate impact.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you, John. Thank you, Subin. I'd like to open it up now to the council now to see if people have questions. It's a lot of information in a short period of time, but questions, comments from anyone? Robin.
Thank you. First of all, I'm so excited to hear this topic talked about from ODE and early intervention, early childhood special education with Delk and John and your team. It's really exciting to hear the cross sector of involvement to address such an important issue. And so I'm super excited. I loved all the materials. Reading the plan that you talked about, Kara, is really helpful. I would love to hear a little bit more about what the realignment, both of you spoke to systems change and realignment is also exciting to hear about. Is there anything else you can share about what you think that will take? And what are you considering in realignment? I was making kind of my own assumptions about what that might mean, but maybe you could share a little bit about what you think it will take.
Kara, you want to take a stab at that first?
Sure. I mean, I think that it's really, really hard work. And so when I emphasized systems, it was for a reason, because that really is where the realignment needs to happen. We know that it's critical for the Department of Early Learning and Care and for the Department of Education to work closely together, and especially in these really critical touch points that we have, such as early intervention and early childhood special education, early language and literacy intervention, and also kindergarten transition. And so there's a lot of work that we need to do at the state systems level to help our programs align with and speak to each other. I think it was mentioned earlier, Robin, actually in the panel that you were facilitating there was a lot of talk about a shared language. And that's just like this, that's the simplest place for us to start, is like having a shared language, making sure that, that we are consistent, especially when it comes to sharing information with our families, with our teachers. Are we using a shared language? Are we speaking in unison? We have a lot of work to go on that. Being in the same room together, having a call to action. Sue's heard me say this before, but it's really important to have that call to action, like work together, agencies, like, let's work together. We want to hear and see more proposals where they're joint proposals, where you're working together, where you're thinking through how to maybe make some joint investments, and are you exploring that? So I think that would be, I think that's the start, is just this expectation that we align our systems and work together.
John, anything to add on that?
Sure. I appreciate the question and appreciate Kara going first. Give me a little time to think. I think about pyramid model as a framework around this work, and really thinking about we're basing a lot of our structural components on the public health model of universal secondary tertiary supports. And so as I think about the realignment, I'm really thinking about what needs to be in place in our universal supports that aims the existing investments. And again, we've got several levers, and that sounds impersonal, but I just mean that we've got investments in communities and a lot of good work going on. But I think what our real hope here is to provide those organizations, those technical assistance people, with the tools and supports that they need, because they're the workforce directly connected to early educators and communities. And so if they have more tools and are trained and are readied, then they're able to be working directly with early educators in a different way, as we're thinking about, building upon the relationships that they already have, the connections that they have in communities, really thinking about how we go about doing this work in the most coordinated way. if a call comes in or a request comes into a centralized warm line and a provider is saying, I need help now, some of the considerations we really want to be having local partners working out together. And there's evidence of this in some of the things that Kara was describing around the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion Initiative and the local community teams that have developed in some of our communities. The work that's done in that kind of an approach is really thinking about who has either the relationship currently, the right expertise, or the approach that's needed for the request, and how do we have communication along the way, and a teaming approach where the other organizations that may be able to support if there's a need, or if it continues down the line to what Subin has mentioned, where we, sometimes those prevention activities and those coaching opportunities are just what are needed. And then sometimes there's more. And so how do we do a handoff in a way where the provider, the child care program, the early educator is not air traffic control for this situation, and that they're actually able to, know that as soon as the next person walks through the door, there's a relationship handoff, there's trust that can be built, and the skill level of the individual is actually coming to support them in a way that isn't contradicting the last person who came in, or not honoring that this needs to be done in a way that it's done over time, and it's not a quick in and out. And so what we're really trying to do is work with local communities to build those teaming structures, and that's still on the way. But thanks for the question.
Thank you. And there's other questions, so I'll have more if there's time.
Thanks, Rob. Liz?
Yeah, so I wanted to actually just piggyback off of what John was just talking about. I have another question, but I was just from a rural perspective, I'm sitting in one of the most rural counties in the state. And so part of my question, I guess, is as you're developing those community supports, is that work happening through hubs? Who is doing that work to make sure that those supports are in place? And I say that because Gillum County is often grouped with our neighbors to the west, which is Wasco and Hood River County, much larger population bases than what we have. And so sometimes it appears that we have service providers, but they're not actually in our community, if that makes sense. They may be in our region, but not actually out here in little Gillum County or Wheeler County, Oregon. So I was curious how that sort of community building is happening through, I guess, what entity the state sees that happening. And then I have a kind of a related follow-up to that.
John, you want to take that one?
Sure. I think that's a great question, Liz. And as I was sort of naming off partners, I did fail to mention, and Sue, please accept my apology, the early learning hubs would be definitely engaged in, and in many cases, potentially leading the coordination of those local partners to really think about how do we put together this plan and approach. And in each region, I mean, what we'd like to provide is some guiding, I'll just say guideposts around, like, these are the types of organizations that should be involved in creating this approach and this coordinated sort of referral and handoff system. And I think early learning hubs are knee deep in the middle of those conversations already. Many of them already have existing plans, but what gets to the individualization part is each region has a different group of players, and sometimes less and sometimes more. And so how do we involve all of the people that need to be involved in that, and then also be able to identify where there's gaps, because we do know there's gaps too, because we have, not only workforce needs in our early education programs, but in the training and technical assistance and support system. And so, but our early learning hubs will be key in bringing together some of those training and technical assistance folks and other service providers.
Great. And then the other question I had, I really appreciate the focus on the training. I think in particular, especially like some of our little counties, that workforce development training, that's really, I think, crucial to address some of the burnout that I think Kara was talking about and some other things. One of the things that I think about, though, is how this looks in practice in the actual classroom. So one of the things that I'm just thinking of a scenario when you have say an average preschool classroom of 20 and say 1 or 2 kiddos that are requiring more one-on-one or small group attention to address needs so that kiddo can be successful in the classroom. But at least what my childcare providers are telling us is then that leaves the remaining provider in that classroom to have a group of 18, 19 kiddos. And so I was curious, sort of as you're thinking about building the entire system, is what in-classroom supports. If childcare providers are saying, this is all well and good with the training, but I don't have enough hands, extra hands in the classroom to manage all of those kids when you have 1 or 2 in particular that are needing additional attention at that particular time. So I was curious sort of how that looks or how that fits into this overall sort of rollout, whether the state is having discussions about that or the legislature is having discussions about the actual workforce in the classrooms that are managing students' needs.
John or Kara?
Maybe I can get the ball rolling. So one of the things I did want to point out is that the Early Learning Systems Initiative has a really expansive reach and has expanded to those more rural areas. And we're really happy to see that. And we're working towards that. And this is where it's really important that we have intentional collaboration to build supports in those environments where children are served. We know that by employing frameworks such as the pyramid model, the importance of establishing classroom rules with the group, right? And established routines and activities, expectations for the way that we navigate the classroom. I heard somebody say the best way that you can gain the effectiveness of a teacher is to have the teacher step out of the classroom, and if the classroom continues to function without the teacher there. Now, certainly we don't want a teacher stepping out of the classroom, but the idea is that that's the importance of intervening at the earliest point, teaching into those everyday routines and activities, and then that allows the staff to do some of those smaller group activities or to step away. If children can know and expect the routine to be a certain way, if there are things, supports like visual calendars and other things that they can use to know how their day is going to go, those are the kinds of things that the pyramid model helps us to understand, right? Like building that foundation and then building on top of it. And certainly that doesn't address every issue, but it's really the best place to start. I don't know, John, if you would have other things to add.
No, I really appreciate that. And I would just say, this is not the perfect answer, by the way, Liz, but I would say it also depends on, I think what we're really hoping to do is have our training and technical assistance folks readied to be able to describe and work with that early education program around what resources they do have opportunities to access. And so there are, depending on whether they're utilizing employment related daycare or reaching out and accessing things like the Inclusive Partners Program, or, you know, our children potentially qualified for additional services within early intervention, early childhood special ed. All of those things need to be part of the picture as we're connecting them with consultation supports to help them exhibit competencies in the work that they're doing. But we know that there's sometimes a need for additional people and a support system there. And I think so there are some existing resources out there. And then I think there's as we think about some of our policy levers, I know we're working on alternative rate methodology with employment related daycare, which is another way. Like, can we say if we're tagging a quality measure to the subsidy amount, does that get us to a place where we can add additional staff to a program? But there's a lot more to do there, a lot more. So thank you.
We just have 2 minutes left, so if we can get 2 quick questions. And Subin.
Okay, I'll be quick then. Building on Judge Farrar Campbell's question my question is what happens when consultation and expertise isn't enough, right? So when there's a classroom, I've experienced that an early intervention or early childhood special educator will come to us and thank us, saying sometimes they're in the seat of working with teachers and trying to support them in how to come up with a basic schedule. How do you run a circle time where these kind of fundamentals of early childhood practice that are outside of expertise, right? And so then they're not even actually getting to the consultation and the supporting of some of the other stuff that's going on. And I will leave on this one question. One of the things that I'm not hearing about in the kind of the materials is issues around kind of litigation, I guess. K-12 schools are often confronted with situations where they have to protect themselves and they have to think very carefully about what they're doing and how they're serving children and families. And programs, I know this is a question that they have, which is how do we protect ourselves? And insurance providers are, sometimes with some challenging behaviors, insurance providers are turning down programs. So I just wanted to make that comment.
I'm muted. John, do you have a quick response to that? Or are you just shaking your head?
I was agreeing that the complexities around what's happening in our current environment with insurance and programs that are really trying to do the right thing in services to children and families, and there's barriers within the other parts of our system that are not allowing them to do that good work. I think I really want to think about Subin's question, because I don't want to just give a quick answer, because there is a lot more around that might be even beyond Delk's purview, but that we can be a part of supporting work to achieve. So I appreciate it.
Thanks, John. Marie.
Thank you so much, and appreciated all of the information and great questions from the council. Just one quick comment, and from someone who's supporting rural Oregon, who's in Curry counties, just a thought with a lot of our childcare operators. These are really small businesses. Oftentimes single person businesses. They serve as the director, the teacher, the janitor, the billing agent. The coordinator, the liaison, right? The list of hats goes on and on. So as we talk about expectations we have with coordinating care for kiddos who need more, all of these things require time. And that's one thing business owners don't have more of when they're taking care of children beyond a full workday. So just wanted to make that comment and make sure that's in your thinking in terms of supports, but also these are small businesses that we're expecting to do things. And so if we're requiring things, we need to support that financially.
Great comment. Great comment. I just want to thank everybody. Karen, John, Subin, thank you for being on the panel, for providing the information. Thank you to council members for your time and attention. And I'm optimistic about this work going forward. I was very excited to hear that we do have a program that we can scale up. And I want to know how much it will cost us to scale it up. And I appreciate the discussion about the timing of it. I think we all look at 2026 and say, we get the list of the providers. We're saying, please, we need these supports in place before 2026. So I hope we're all working towards that end. Sue, I'll toss it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Great job facilitating, especially on top of COVID. So we appreciate you rallying at this point. And Subin, Kara, John, thank you for being with us today and providing this really foundational information for where the council hopefully will find some room to make a difference in this whole realm of social emotional support for kids, families, and providers. And thanks for the work that each of you does just on a daily basis in your jobs. Kara, also thank you for being on REACT. I know that's also a time commitment, but we appreciate your support at that level as well. And John, great report that Gabby sent out last night, I think. Very informative about the social emotional prevention program. So I encourage all of us to read that. And
hot off the press too.
Hot off the press. Yes, I'm sure that's very true. All right. So council, we have like a 5-minute break. We've invited our agency directors to join us at 11 o'clock. So we will just jump off for 5 minutes and then be back at 11. Thank you all. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Hey, Catherine, we're taking a quick break, but we'll be back to start with the agency director portion of it.
Oh, great. I just wanted to get on a little early in case it took a minute.
No worries. Thank you so much. Hi, Dr. Williams. Thanks for joining. We're going to get started right at 11. We just had a quick break before we jump into the agency director portion.
So Gabby, why don't you put us back up on the screen? Thank you.
Perfect. And I think we're just waiting for Dave and Alyssa, but I'll send Alyssa a message. I'm sure she's going to jump on any second.
All right, let's come back together. Want to welcome our agency director partners. We appreciate you joining us now. Fair Boards, welcome. Alyssa, Dr. Williams, and I'm guessing Dave Baden will be here soon. Molly, I know you have been with us this entire morning. Thank you very much from OHA. I don't know if you know where Dave is, or shall we start with someone else?
I am expecting him to join.
Okay. Okay, I think in light of time, and I understand how you all can get tied up in other conversations and meetings, why don't we go ahead and Alyssa, ask you if you would lead us off. And council, you'll remember what we have our agency directors with us for about an hour, assuming their schedules allow that. And we've asked them to focus on social, emotional, behavioral issues that their agencies are dealing with. Obviously, we've heard a lot from OHA, ODE, and DELC this morning. So we've asked the directors if they'll sort of build on that or add other programs and other information that their agency is involved in around this topic. So with that as kind of a lead in, welcome, Alyssa. It's good to see you again.
Thanks, Sue. Good to be here. Good morning. We're still in morning, everyone. So I know you all just had an hour kind of digging in more deeply to this work. And so I won't have a lot more to add, but obviously the Early Childhood Suspension Expulsion Prevention Program is sort of the most obvious intersection of this work and requires so much coordination with our partners at ODHS, OHA, ODE to really make sure that as this program is stood up and functioning well, that we're able to have the system-wide infrastructure there to support children, families, childcare providers. I know that we've shared the full report with you all and don't imagine you've made it through the 30+ pages between yesterday and today, but just want to reiterate encouragement to take a look at that. We originally endeavored to put out like a 15 to 20 page report. And hopefully, as you got the sense in hearing from John, this is such a complex system that we're developing, and it felt really important to be able to dig into the complexity and the nuances to both demonstrate the critical work being done, but also the needs of the system and the different pieces involved in making the system successful. So want to encourage folks to review that. A piece of that was really looking at our childcare licensing structure. And I think as you all have hopefully seen through the childcare rulemaking that Alicia and the CCLD team have brought forward is how we can be thinking about those supports for providers, thinking about creating flexibility where we can, but also making sure they have the resources and tools they need to be successful while we continue to hear about needs in care and recognize that we're centering the needs of children and their families through that process. The other work I just wanted to flag that is sort of tangentially aligned is around the Birth Through 5 literacy plan. So we've been working really closely with Dr. Williams and her team at ODE on the governor's early literacy success initiative, of which the Birth Through 5 literacy plan is a piece. And this is really focused for this year on a recommendation to expand investments in our kindergarten partnership and innovation program, as well as create a new program that builds off of the really good work of the Early Childhood Equity Fund. And a piece in both of those areas is focusing on that professional development component and really leaning into the needs of the workforce to set children and families up for success and to make sure that they can be set up for success. And when we think about early literacy in the Birth Through 5 space, we have to really center it into developmentally appropriate early literacy development. And there's an intersection there with social emotional learning and behavioral health and making sure that we're not just limiting things to sending books home with families, but really making sure that we have a workforce that knows what developmentally appropriate skills are for our young children and recognizing the early literacy development that can be happening with our infants and toddlers, as well as our preschool age children. So that's a body of work that we are working on right now and are waiting for the legislature to hopefully approve in the short session so that we can get those dollars out. And then we'll be conducting more robust community engagement over this year for our 2024 report to the legislature, where we're anticipating additional opportunities and gaps to be surfaced by our community partners, by families, to make sure that we are developing a really robust and responsive early literacy approach that can build off of some of the social emotional learning infrastructure that's being developed in other parts of the state that aligns with the suspension expulsion prevention program, aligns with our rulemaking and really kind of pushes that continuous improvement lens across the board. David Mandel, was there anything else that you wanted to make sure we flagged for the council? Sorry to put you on the spot.
I didn't have anything else.
Thanks, David. Sue, I'll pass it back to you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, so Alyssa, just a quick question, and then council, I'll open it up. So you need the legislature to release funds, right, in the short session for the literacy plan. And is that what, 9.8 million or 20 million? I got a little confused in the numbers.
Sure. So the birth through 5 portion is 9.4 million. And so the legislature in the full session decided to fund that out of the early learning account from the Student Success Act. So they just need to basically increase our other funds limitation, which basically gives us permission to spend 9.4 million from the early learning account and have the Department of Education make that transfer to us. So there's been a preliminary approval of that recommendation during the January Ledge days, but the legislature can't take action until the short session to give us those funds.
Okay, so council, I think one thing we can talk with the agency directors about is what are their short session asks that we may want to weigh in on and support around early childhood support for kids and families. And we also may want to say we'd rather have this 9.4 million come from general fund rather than out of our already early learning designated accounts, which was a little disappointing. So anyway, other questions of Alyssa or comments that you'd like to share with her? Yeah, Robin.
Thank you. I was thinking when you were describing Delk's social emotional investments and work, that there's so much that you're doing that actually is in the social emotional realm. I wonder if you could speak to the other investments besides the suspension and expulsion, like the home visiting and parent education, and just sort of tagging on to that, the thinking around the opportunity in the earliest years around literacy to combine attachment and support, so that parent-child interaction. I know that there are programs in Reach Out and Read that are really focused on early relational health supports, and I just wonder if what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, absolutely, Robin. So one of the things you really wanted to demonstrate with the Birth Through 5 literacy plan in particular was how this looks different in early learning. And we are doing a lot of this work already. And social emotional learning really is the foundation of that. To your point, Robin, it's about parent-child interactions and adult-child interactions. It's about home visiting services. There's some direct instruction that comes through in like our Preschool Promise and OPK programs. It's leveraging the early learning and kindergarten guidelines that we developed with the Department of Education and will be refining. And it's also looking at how we are leveraging community need through programs like the Early Childhood Equity Fund to allow community to really dictate and name what their needs are and the way that those needs should be addressed, and having dedicated resources to lift that up. And so bringing all of those pieces together and making sure that we have not just funding streams for those bodies of work, but an infrastructure that allows those programs to work together. And we often have grantees accessing multiple funding streams so that they can employ different strategies throughout their programs. And the goal with this new Birth Through 5 literacy program would really be to sort of emphasize that by taking the eligibility requirements for the Early Childhood Equity Fund, because we know that has been so tremendous in making sure that some of our communities who have been historically underserved have access to resources and are able to promote culturally relevant practices. To have some space, particularly in early literacy development, and to be able to visit the work of the Kindergarten Partnership and Innovation Program that's administered by the hubs, where we do see partnership with Reach Out and Read, Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. We see shared professional development between early learning and early grade educators. We see parent engagement activities, summer kindergarten transition activities, and being able to really have an intentionality behind those with early literacy in mind and really grounding it in those developmentally appropriate practices.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Robin. And Sue, I know you mentioned short session, so I'll just share that the request that you all are probably most interested in is around employment related daycare. And so we have put forward a request of at least $99 million for the employment related daycare program. This is recognizing sort of a floor and that there may be opportunity for additional investment once the February revenue forecast comes out, but that it will take at least $99 million to make sure that the budget for this program remains whole. As of right now, just with current spending rates and assuming that there is no growth in caseload between December and the end of the biennium, we are on track to spend the ERDC budget by January of 25, so about 6 months before the biennium ends. And of course, there are a lot of variables to this, given all of the changes that have been made to the program over the last year, really preventing us from having accurate and tighter forecasting, and want to appreciate Fairboars for loaning us his forecasting team to tell us if there's a way we could be doing this better. And they really affirmed that you need 12 months of data in order to have really more accurate forecasting and projections. So we have committed to continuing updates with the legislature, given each month's actuals data, so how caseload has grown, how much we actually spent on those cases, and continuing to update our modeling, but want to acknowledge the squishiness of those models since we don't have 12 months of data since all of these policies have taken effect. So 99 million as the floor is what's been put forward for now.
Well, and I've heard a much larger number than that, because I think assuming that there isn't going to be an increase in caseload in the next year is not based on anything rational or any data. So I've heard up to 200 million.
Yeah, and 99 million is sort of the only real number we have, right? That is saying what we've spent so far, assuming that is holding static, it would be 99 million, because we don't have a year's worth of data to say what the caseload growth would be between now and the end of the biennium. So we have looking at the biennium to date average, so how much the caseload has grown on average between July 1 and now, it's grown by 3.1%. And so if you maintain that and assume a continued 3.1% growth rate every month, that would be a $221 million shortfall. But again, we actually haven't had a month of data that is truly with the waitlist in place, because families have 45 days to enroll. So if they started their application before November 4th, they still had through December to complete their application. And so the data we get in February that looks at January will be the first month we have of truly waitlist managed caseload. So there's just a lot of unknowns. So while the 99 million, it's unlikely that that caseload will not change. To say that it's going to grow at a continued 3.1% rate is also just using the best information we have. There's nothing to indicate that that will be the case.
Right. All right. Well, we can thank Fairboars for transferring ERDC over to DELC. We have a lot to thank Fairboars for. Let's see. Thank you, Alyssa, very much. Appreciate all that you're doing and being with us this morning. Dave, welcome. It's good to see you again. Assuming that you are back online. Okay.
And I saw Liz had her hand up, Sue, and Liz, I don't know if you had a question.
Yeah, I kind of a two-prong. I just wanted to clarify because I am going to be down in Salem in a couple of weeks and talking to legislators just to introduce myself as a new member of the council. So that 99 million, that's with current caseload. That's with the increase that the council approved during our last meeting, that would allow that to go forward at the rates that we decided through the biennium, basically, but wouldn't touch the wait list. Am I correct in that?
It is not necessarily tied to the rates and the rules that were passed, although the rates have an effect on the caseload, right? And the budget shortfall. The 99 million is what's needed to keep our budget whole, assuming caseload does not grow from December 31st. But we have a lot of materials developed, Liz, so happy to make sure those are distributed to the council so you have some talking points.
That would be great. And then the other one, just sort of maybe a request in as we sort of move through the year, is I think it would be really helpful for us to understand how many folks are actually waiting on that wait list, just as we're talking to legislators, so that we can have real numbers on the number of families and kiddos that are affected by the legislature not really investing at the level they need to make this work for families.
Absolutely. As of January 4th, it was over 1,100 families, but the number changes every day. We do have a dashboard that's being updated at the end of the month. It won't update every day, but to kind of give folks the latest, and that's a dashboard available on our website that shows the number of families enrolled and the number of families on the wait list. And you can also look at the county by county breakdown of that, so that legislators and other community partners can see what that means for their county.
Yep, it's a great website, really impressive. Okay, thank you. Dave, welcome. Good to see you again. Thanks for being with us.
Sure, thanks. Sorry, Sue, we actually have people in person today, and I just,
oh my gosh,
I don't know how to adjust to that. This is so apologize for somebody was chatting with me and I missed my my call. So well, happy to be here. First just want to send greetings and apologies for not being able to make it from the new interim director until she's confirmed here in February. Dr. Sejal Hathi, who started last week. What a fun week to start the new job in Oregon and be like iced into her house and not actually. So like, it's fun. We're like in person and really trying to not start her in a virtual world, even though there of course will be a virtual world. So spending a lot of time just chatting, getting up to speed from things there. So just apologies. She is in her first tribal consultation with the Oregon's tribes right now on a particular issue. And so apologies for her not being able to at least come over and say hi, and we'll definitely do that. Sue and team soon in the future to just introduce herself to this group and focus and where she's at. I think just for her and sort of where she's starting, understanding that an incredible background doing lots of federal policy and coming from New Jersey with a focus on public health, coming in and learning the good, the bad, and I would say the ugly about sort of Oregon state government. There is no ugly in Oregon state government, right, Alyssa? Since I'm looking at you next to me, so just I think she really is here to first listen, focus, and understand all the myriad of things that OHA does, and we'll then branch out from there. So there's a lot of listening and learning. She's going to start doing some some listening sessions around the state here next month, and to get out and just get a state of play, understand how folks are feeling about OHA, how our staff are feeling about the work. Obviously still a lot of continued healing from having to be the edge of the spear in the pandemic in a lot of ways. So still a lot of growth for OHA. We have a lot of senior vacancies we are working to fill, our Medicaid director, our public health director, and a few other places. So just a lot of focus on building out that team. So we'll see sort of going forward on sort of links to this committee, and obviously the importance of so many areas, whether in behavioral health, in public health, in our Medicaid program, around sort of the connections to this council and all the work, all the work that is that you all are focusing on and doing. So look forward to having her come introduce herself to this group soon and go from there. So I did want to do a couple of maybe a more focused discussion and update around our Medicaid 1115 waiver, and just open for questions, comments, things that we are working on. And maybe, I'll, again, I think for this group, the excitement in our waiver around continuous coverage and eligibility for kids 0 to 6. So again, someone that shows up on Medicaid anytime during that time will stay on Medicaid unless they leave the state or say, I don't want to be on Medicaid, that they don't have to go through all the processes on that time frame of from birth to 6. And, just we're right in the middle of, as we're implementing this new policy, and it is fully in place systematically, is that going through all redetermination of eligibility for all 1.5 million Medicaid members, which we're about 3/4 of the way through. And if I was here a year before and you were asking me how I think it might go, I would say it was going to go rough. And for sure that there have been cases that that we've missed some things. There have been some system issues that have come up of some people being declared eligible when they probably are ineligible, and some people declared ineligible when they probably are eligible. Those have been, I would argue, the exception for this. And I think the data is proof, and happy to share this out, Sue, if the members of just sort of looking at sort of the Kaiser Family Foundation's look in graphs of what's happening around the country in Medicaid enrollment. And I think just the proof of our policies and what we're doing, and a focus on this continuous eligibility of kids. Oregon is one of 3 states that actually has increased Medicaid enrollment for kids in 2023. So even in the midst of having to go through redetermination of eligibility for those that have been sort of on Medicaid, not having to go through it through the entire pandemic, that we actually are one of 3 states, us, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, that have more kids on Medicaid than before. That is such a difference. There are states that have 25. The average, the whole children's Medicaid CHIP enrollment has declined by 5.5% nationwide. And most of that is not necessarily because they weren't eligible, it's because of administrative reasons. Their packet didn't get returned. They had to go through extra renewal steps in doing that. So I want to celebrate where we do have achievements in Oregon of a link from sort of the policies that we are trying to put in place, continuous eligibility. We temporarily expanded Medicaid to catch people from 138 to 200% of poverty as we're going through that. All of those things, and then having a thoughtful process with good dashboards, a good communication plan with CCOs, actually can work. So I am excited to talk about this work. We still have a ways to go. There will for sure continue to be people that we will not find the right address, or they won't return their packet on time, that may be eligible, that will not continue to keep their eligibility for that. Hopefully they'll get caught when they have to go to the doctor, but there are risks there, right? Someone could be in the middle of cancer treatments. There's things that we're really looking out for to try to catch from there. So if you hadn't sort of looked at the Kaiser Family Foundation on what they're doing from there, it's a good site for what's happening nationwide, and I think things from there. So there are now other states that are continuing to copy our 0 to 6 continuous eligibility. Washington, New Mexico, California were the first states to follow, and now Colorado, Minnesota, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina are seeking the same change. So, I think this idea of having a more, at least, ability to have coverage is a really important part, and things that I think just shows that what we all have talked about, and many of you for many, many more years have talked about the need to do things like this, is that it is working. So a couple other pieces on the waiver side. So the one of the other new exciting things that we're doing is around health-related social needs and being able to pay for more upstream social determinants of health type activities, including around housing, nutrition, and some climate devices, including air conditioners and other things for certain Medicaid members. This is the year, since we're now in January, where 2 of these 3 are going live. Climate is launching in March. Housing for those at risk of homelessness is launching in November, and nutrition in January of 2025. So over the next year, we're really in solid implementation with CCOs and community-based organizations to really dig hard and be ready to do that. Part of that is money to help ensure that there is capacity built at the community-based organization or other local organizations to create the right connections with CCOs where they might not have been connected before. Think a housing partner who now has to understand a little bit about Medicaid, but be able to work very closely with the CCOs for, especially in the housing world, a 6-month rental benefit that will be paid for by Medicaid. So a lot of work around those pieces. Again, we've got just over $100 million going out to CCOs to have local networks and network development happening, that CCOs will have competitions locally for those dollars to assure that the benefit that gets run through CCOs has the right connections at a local level to make sure that that benefit is successful. So lots of work, lots of communication and plans around that. Happy as we go throughout the year to keep this group updated from there. So I wanted to spend most of the time there. Obviously lots of other things going with getting prepared for short session. I will say our biggest ask in short session is not for general fund dollars, but for federal limitation dollars. Basically, we have the ability to pull down some federal funds. We need the legislature to be okay around another part of our Medicaid program, which is to expand Medicaid into carceral settings 90 days pre-release, with a strong focus on the Oregon Youth Authority to start with, and an aspect of some state prison and a few local jails. This is not the full Medicaid benefit into a carceral setting, but it's a lot of prevention, screening, and assurances that as someone is released from jail or prison or a youth authority type setting, that that they will already be enrolled in a CCO. Right now, there is a big gap where someone has to come out. Initially, they're on fee for service, get enrolled in a CCO very quickly, and we don't do a great job at it. We just don't. So this will allow that transition, so that people that are on Medicaid assisted therapy, people that need various substance use treatment and other things, that is continued as they come out. That is our biggest ask in front of the legislature. Luckily, it's not for a lot of new general fund. It's just keeping them informed about what they're doing. And then, of course, the legislature will have, I was going to say hundreds, thousands of ideas for OHA probably to deal with. So it'll keep us very busy. We don't have, other than that carceral, we don't have as OHA a big set of policy bills that we're trying to push for per se. So there's will be a little bit of react and work closely with the legislature to make sure that things work well. So happy to answer questions, or if there's anywhere else on the OHA world that the council has questions on.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Great overview. That Medicaid waiver continues to be just a remarkable accomplishment of OHA. And I know you have quite a team working on that, which we greatly appreciate. So well done, well done. I'm going to keep moving so that we make sure we hit our target timing. And Dr. Williams, thank you for being with us this morning. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. Honored to be here and happy to share. I just have to give credit where credit is due. I'm here supported by Kara Williams, who's truly the expert in what I'm about to share. So she'll be pitching in should there be any questions, but just really excited. I want to piggyback a little bit on what Alyssa said earlier about early literacy and its importance and our focus there. And we know how important it is, to attend to a child's social emotional health if in order for them to be prepared to learn. I often say, based on all the brain science researchers commenting on education, that when a child's cortisol is high, cognition is low, and it's difficult for them to show up ready to learn. So this is really about how do we create the conditions for our young scholars to be ready to learn. So I'll go through some talking points and then, of course, open it up for questions and also share a little bit about our short session ask. But as you're aware, the Oregon Department of Education plays a crucial role in shaping educational landscape for Oregon students from our K-12 work. But as we're focused on today, our inclusive programming supporting infants, toddlers, children, and families. This includes our early intervention, early childhood, special education, and regional inclusive services. So in today's discussion, our focus centers on social emotional well-being of individuals in the prenatal to 5 period. And specifically, I will delve into ODE's programs dedicated to children aged from birth to 5 and their families. I'll also shed a little light on our initiatives extending into K-12, recognizing kindergarten as a pivotal transition point. Ensuring the support of social and emotional health during this crucial period is essential for the sustained success of both children and families in their journey, as we are all aware. So in our EI-ECSC, a cross-agency team, including reps from ODE, DELG, OHA, ODHS, and FACT, developed an infant and early childhood mental health and early intervention state action plan. This plan is centered on supporting the social, emotional development and mental health of our young children and families receiving early intervention services. And the plan includes action items related to referral, screening, assessment, and eligibility practices, workforce development, and cross-agency collaboration. The state systemic improvement plan is part of our state performance plan and annual performance report, and is a requirement for all states receiving federal funds for IDEA program. So in this, the EI-ECS it has a multi-year plan aimed at improving social, emotional, and approaches to learning skills as outlined in the state's early learning and kinder guidelines, and the performance indicator for our early childhood outcomes. So since 2015, Oregon's plan for EI-ECSC has used the pyramid model framework. and it has been long recognized as an effective strategy for preventing, promoting, and providing intervention to address our social, emotional, and behavioral needs of children birth to 6. In 2020, the inclusion indicators were added in response to the call from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and Education to advance inclusion of children with disabilities in early childhood programs to foster their development, friendships with peers, and the sense of belonging. So we have about 4 strategies that are in our comprehensive improvement plan. The strategy 1 is leveraging our existing positions to support effective implementation and alignment across targeted initiatives and standards for evaluation and accountability. Coordination, as you know, is key here in state government. Strategy 2 is revise our personnel standards to align with the national standards for EI, ECSD providers and administrators. Strategy 3 is to integrate improvement plans into general supervision and statewide accountability processes for child outcomes, least restrictive and natural environments. And strategy 4 is to invest in a statewide early learning capacity building efforts alongside our cross-agency partners to ensure equitable access to meaningful, effective, and relevant innovations known to improve child outcomes. And we want to reduce exclusionary practices across early learning environments. So Oregon has recently adopted our K-12 transformational social and emotional learning standards that will be implemented in July 2024. And these standards were developed in partnership with the Early Learning Division and extends Oregon's early learning and kindergarten guidelines to include our K-12 standards. The standards were also developed in partnership with TSPC. And so as of 2023, pre-service teachers participating in an Oregon Educator Prep program are introduced to the transformative SEL through modeled and embedded competencies within their coursework. Every educator program in Oregon is required to align their program to this OER on social and emotional development to promote equity. Oregon's vision for SEL provides intentional focus on the social and emotional elements of learning, teaching, and cultivating affirming school cultures through a transformative approach. It teaches the whole child, builds on their strengths, perspectives, and contributions, and guides the interactions and relationships between students and adults. SEL equips students with the skills needed for college, career, and life. So Oregon has also recently adopted the revised health standards, which integrate Oregon's transformational SEL standards. So at each grade level, transformative SEL practices are mapped to connect transformative SEL standards into these health topics. We have a comprehensive school counseling model where, again, we are focusing on the social and emotional well-being of our students. We recently launched an online course to support districts with how to develop a comprehensive school counseling program. And we've published a crosswalk of our T-cell standards and the counseling standards so they can see how to integrate those in their practice. We have an integrated model of health, which helps guide our agency's work on health promotion and illness prevention and provides a framework for supporting our students and families. And we also have a mental health toolkit. So as you can see, we have lots of partnerships and supports aligned to SEL work to support our littles and through our K-12 system. Any questions?
Any questions? You are a busy agency, as we all know, and we appreciate your partnership with DELT a lot. We also appreciate Kara, who did a fabulous job this morning presenting on our panel. So thank you for her too.
Yeah, well, the other thing I'll add is that we did put in a request for $22 million that was approved to move forward in short session for the EI ECSC programs, because our caseloads are rebounding from the pandemic. So that ask is on the table for those of you who had questions about our support for short session.
Great. Thank you for mentioning that, Dr. Williams. We will be talking about this later in our agenda. So thank you. All right, let's go to Fairbours Potserecht, and thank you, Fairbours, for being with us this morning. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Sue. Good morning, everyone. Great to be with you all. This morning, what we'd like to share with you is what Oregon Department of Human Services is doing. And actually, we do it in partnership with Oregon Health Authority. We are connected in many ways and many programs that we deliver jointly together. But the point is, how do we support the social, emotional health of children and families during the first 5 years of life? I think that's what was asked of us to present. We'll share our partnership with OHA in developing a plan of care that's focused on reducing entry into foster care through providing coordinated care for infants with prenatal substance exposure. And I can tell you that we're seeing more and more of those. These plan of care are not just for families involved in child welfare, they're actually for the broader population. I will provide an example of this work underway and a pilot that we are currently involved in Klamath County. I will share how we are working closely with the community and with health education. And actually, I'm not going through this slideshow. I'm going to turn it over to a couple of our professionals here in a moment, but thank you for putting the slideshow up. We are working with health, with education, with corrections, with homeless shelters, and we're also mobilizing a mobile team so that we can be agile, we can be accessible to the population that need us, would like to go to where they want us to go versus ask them to come to us. Finally, we'll highlight how our agency is working with key partners, with one particular partner in Rogue Valley, to provide upstream support to promote economic stability and well-being. And we try to do all this in less than 7 minutes. So we'll see how that happens, but I'm not going to do that. I'm grateful to Carmen Mims from our child welfare program and Bill Bainey from our self-sufficiency programs that are going to go through this slideshow with you and help all of us understand what ODHS is doing to help DELC, Early Learning Council, so that we can collectively be effective for our children and families. So turn it over to you, Bill and Carmen.
Awesome. Welcome, Bill. Good to see you again. And Carmen, thanks for being here as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Great. And I'm pulling up the slides, and I do just want to quickly mention to council members that slide 3 is different than what I sent out yesterday, but I'll get it updated and recirculated to you all after the presentation and just get it updated where it needs to be updated. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you go on to the next slide, please? All right. And so for those, which I think is all of you that don't know me, my name is Carmen Mims. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a prevention coordinator with the Child Fatality Prevention and Review Program within the Child Welfare Division of ODHS. And so when we were talking about the social emotional needs of children 0 to 5, one of the bodies of work that I am leading alongside some of my peers and working with OHA is this concept called plans of care, which, as you can see, is a coordinated care plan for infants with prenatal substance exposure and their families as a way of promoting stability and well-being, with the ultimate goal of preventing and reducing the level of child welfare involvement during the first year of an infant's life. And I know that we are talking about 0 to 5 in this consideration, but when we know about how pivotal that first year of life is, particularly for this vulnerable population, I think it's a really important body of work to call out, recognizing how far-reaching it is for longer-term outcomes for families. The plans of care are a federally mandated requirement that came out of the Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act legislation that came through and was most recently amended in 2016. And the part of the plan of care work actually amended child welfare legislation called the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. And that's why you see child welfare more commonly connected to this body of work. However, we recognize that this initiative is much more of a public health driven approach, recognizing that the whole goal is preventing child welfare involvement in the first place. And so it doesn't necessarily make sense for child welfare to be leading that work when we're trying to keep them out of our system entirely. So there's been a ton of intentional collaboration with OHA on thinking about how to do this work well, with the ultimate goal of avoiding that crisis response at the hospital when we have a child born who's testing positive for any type of substance. We go on to the next slide, please. What this looks like, and again, we could talk for 3 hours on this topic or even more. I'm trying to do a real high level overview and happy to connect with anybody who wants to know more information on this subject. Is we are partnering with OHA to implement plans of care statewide. And this is, again, regardless of child welfare involvement. So it's not tied to a child abuse allegation. There are some instances where child welfare is responding and developing those plans of care. But ultimately, our goal in Oregon is to get these shifted over to the prenatal period, recognizing how critical that 9 months of development of that child before they are born is when it comes to supporting that family and avoiding that need for child welfare to even respond to the hospital in the first place because we don't have an allegation of abuse. We are piloting within Nurture Oregon, which is a demonstration alongside OHA that is being led by their behavioral health division. And that is looking at how we can better integrate not only substance use disorder care, but looking at prenatal care for pregnant and parenting people in Lincoln, Jackson, Deschutes, and Umatilla. And we are providing technical assistance to those sites on how to develop the plans of care and seeing some really incredible work done when these plans are being initiated by peer supports, where people with lived experience are really coming alongside folks and helping them identify what their needs are, connecting them to community resources, and helping them be more planful for when their child does come and think about if child welfare comes, what do you want them to know about your family and what your needs are and your plans for keeping your child safe. Another thing that we are really excited about we've been doing in child welfare around meeting the concrete support needs of families is using some of those Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act funds to meet those needs identified in the plan of care for families with child welfare involvement. And if you take a look back at the template on that previous slide, you can see that the topics outlined in the plan of care are really about overall social and physical well-being for not only the infant, but we're talking about the parents and caregivers. And this also can include the siblings of the infant with prenatal substance exposure. So really looking at whole family supports and care coordination when typically we see systems that are very focused on one person within the family system. The plan of care really emphasizes thinking about that whole picture and really is for family members as defined by that family. So we could talk about multi-generational households, a live-in sibling or something along those lines. If you go back to the other slide, sorry for having you jump around. So those concrete supports that we're able to provide, a lot of the times when I grew up doing casework in Washington County, I was constantly feeling like I wish that I could do more for families where we knew the kids were safe and we knew we didn't have a safety threat and we were still just having to close our case and walk away because that wasn't child welfare's necessarily mandate in the sense of if we had safe kids, we were done with our work with them. And what I love about this plans of care concept and the funding is that we're able to meet families' concrete needs independent of a safety threat determination. If a family needs some assistance with a utility bill, we want to pay that for them. And we can use some of this Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act funding to help do that and alleviate some of those economic stressors, which we see all of the research on when it comes to thinking about child development, nurturing, attachment, all of the things that we know that are so critical for the parent-child dyad in those first years of life, particularly when navigating a substance use disorder as well. And while we've been using these funds at the child welfare level, we are also trialing this and looking at working with self-sufficiency program in Klamath County or District 11 and thinking about how we can help families who may have a closed-it screening with child welfare where we know that there might be prenatal substance use and getting those concrete needs met that way rather than waiting again for the child to be born and possibly having a child welfare response at that time of delivery. And I'm going to hand it over to Bill to talk a little bit more about some of our partnerships with SSP in this kind of care coordination regard.
Thanks, Carmen. Yeah, so you can go to the next slide. Beautiful. What a great photo to start off with. So for folks who don't know me, my name is Bill Bainey. I'm with ODHS Self-Sufficiency Programs, he, him. And I just want to thank you for giving the opportunity just to showcase and just talk a little bit about some of the programs and some of the strategies we've been doing to really support the whole family and looking more of a multi-directional kind of approaches and the way that we do our work. So today it's actually building off, and I'm seeing some of the really key partners that have actually been involved in this meeting right now, about some work underway in District 8, which is Jackson and Josephine County. That kind of, for me at least, illustrates the power of the partnership and the collaboration to really more effectively support young children and their families in doing that work. So you can go to the next slide. So I know the focus was around the social emotional development. And one of the things I like about the Raise Up Oregon kind of document and just the plan itself is that all of these strategies have a way of linking and aligning and kind of weaving together a very kind of comprehensive approach about serving families. So that we're talking about social emotional development, I think one of the areas that I was really wanted to amplify was really around how young children and their families are supported to ensure their well-being. In particular, I was calling out, and as I'm looking at some of this work, thinking about Objective 5 and 5.3.4, where we're talking about having folks within staff and ODHS folks embedded with some of the community-based organizations, and how we're able to start using some of our mobile units really to be more effective in meeting families where they are, as opposed to having families come to us. How we're able to really start develop those relationships in a much more deliberate, much more intentional way, but really partnering with some of those trusted partners and the folks that have connections with our community. So next slide, please. So when we're talking about community outreach, I really want to amplify and talk a little bit about really the mobile units and the community outreach team that's really co-located with some of our partners. So these are folks that are serving, they serve in locations that kind of meet people, what's the best location for those families. Actually looking at kind of serving populations and really intentional populations in a timely way with equitable access to services proactively, really to help mitigate some of the challenges and reduce higher levels of acuity and complexity. And throughout this whole process, this isn't something that's developed in a vacuum. This is truly developed in partnership and with the guidance and direction of our community partners that have that relationship with community and through community themselves. And in doing this kind of approach, what we're finding and actually we're striving for is really fostering a greater level of trust and relationship with our community. Next, please. So the specific example I want to highlight is a project happening out of District 8, and that is the Oasis Center out of Rogue Valley. And so for folks who aren't familiar with Oasis Center, founded in 2019, it's a program that supports parents with substance use disorders in the young kids and the young children. The center, though, they offer a wide range of services and a number of things, extremely comprehensive. The areas that I think would be important to call out are some of the things like the prenatal and postnatal, pediatric and primary care work, some of the family support services that folks are receiving, things like parenting, housing, food, recovery services, employment, and also care coordination to really access those needed supports and services, not necessarily just for the individual, but for that whole family system. And what does that look like? And by being much more proactive, how they're able to provide those services. Next slide, please. So as we are really fostering well-being and the promotion of well-being, you know, this project was developed again in partnership with Oasis Center, and the founder, Dr. Hecox, out of Oasis Center, was a real leader in developing this. I just want to call that out too. I mean, she's been a champion and continues to lead this work. The model itself has family coaches from self-sufficiency and eligibility staff that are housed at Oasis Center, and they serve something I would call a connective tissue, if you will, to not only service and supports internal to ODHS, often at times, sometimes serving as a connection to some of those external services as well. And this collaborative approach that we're talking about really kind of helps meet communities where they are, and they provide those supports as early as possible to promote that whole family kind of economic stability and well-being. And yes, this project right now is at the initial phase, and we are starting to move forward, but the model itself is being tracked. And what we're really finding is we're trying to capture some of those lessons learned, like what are some of the successes to do this kind of community integration approach, but also what are some of those system and process barriers that are preventing us from doing this? Are there issues that we're finding from policy that we were not even aware of? Are there issues about information sharing that we weren't aware of? Are there issues about flexible funding and proactive funding that we can hopefully mitigate? And in ways, we're doing this to really learn and to hopefully break down some of those systemic barriers that are really fostering inequitable access. As we are looking at this, we're looking at tracking the impact, not only the impact of the systems, but the families, more importantly, that we're serving. And as we're looking at that, how can this be a model we can move forward to replicate elsewhere? Before I turn it back over to Fair Boards, I want to say just the kind of these efforts that we're outlining and this approach itself is really just one example. And it's just an example of more of the innovative kind of multi-generational approach that we've been kind of taking around the state to really proactively and kind of equitably serve young children and their adults and the families. And I think this is moving away from having families come to us and serving families or adults in isolation. It's really looking at that family system and what are those issues, challenges, opportunities, dreams, and desires that family has, and how we're able to promote that in a much more equitable and accessible manner, further upstream, proactively, in a way, in an effort to really foster that well-being for the family system as a whole. So this is really a unique way we've been doing this work. And to be candid with you, this is not something that we created. This is really in response to the communities and the families saying, we need to do our work in a different way. And we're really trying to hear that and wanting to actually move on that kind of direction. So with that, I'm mindful of our time. I know we have 2 minutes before we're breaking, so I'm going to pop it back over to Fair Boards to move. But I also want to just take one moment before I do that and call out Peter. I see Peter on the line too, and I just want to call Peter in terms of his kind of leadership in that area too. So Peter, I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing down in your neck of the woods. It's been truly inspirational, so keep it up.
Thank you, Bill and Carmen, and thank you, Peter. Great to see you. And when we started our Building Wellbeing Together initiative a few years ago, we said we wanted to do this with the community. At the end of the day, we see a future for this agency where the majority of the work is happening in the community and we are a resource. And hopefully you can see that we're moving in that direction. Thank you, Sue. I know we are pretty close to time, but glad to take any questions if there is time.
Thank you, Fair Boards, Bill and Carmen, very much. I also want to thank Dr. Brown for being on the call. Dr. Brown is a member of our Home Visiting System Committee, as some of you know very well. So thanks, Dr. Brown, for being here. Good to see you again. This is, I mean, everything we've heard and all morning is so exciting to see these positive steps moving forward. And I know ODHS, your well-being focus and the whole intergenerational family focus certainly aligns with what we know is best for young children. They need that family support system. I talked recently with the governor's education policy advisor, and she made the comment that she would like the council to look at our Raise Up Oregon strategies and identify those that are focused on the wraparound services and, you know, the upstream, what we're all talking about. How do we get to the prevention mode? And it's a lot more than just education, obviously, although that's a really key part of it. So all of this aligns with, I think, what the governor is hoping the council will take a look at in the months ahead. So we really are out of time. I apologize for that, council members, because I'm guessing you have a lot of questions for our agency partners. And agency directors, I just want to let you know that the February 28th council meeting is going to be in person in Salem. So if any of you happen to be there, and since it's the short session, I'm guessing many of you will be hanging out in Salem. We would love to have you join us for that in-person time if it works for your schedules. So thank you all very much. council members will take a lunch break and reconvene at 12:30. And part of what we're going to do this afternoon, we'll talk about rules. And then we're also going to have time to talk about follow-up from what we've heard this morning, as well as advocacy in the short session. So see you at 12:30. Bear Boers, Dr. Williams, Dave may have left, and Alyssa, thanks very much. So Gabby, I'm assuming we're going to have slides with this. Is that right? Wherever you are.
Yeah, I can get those pulled up soon.
Okay, thanks. Hi, Chris and Dorothy. Good to see you. And Carol, thanks for joining us. Council members, welcome back.
And Sue, I will just give a brief overview before we jump into the PowerPoint presentations.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I'm going to start by asking Gabby if there's any public testimony that we need to hear, and then we'll jump to you.
No, nobody registered to give any verbal testimony today, and there was no written testimony submitted either. So we are good to go.
Okay, thank you, Gabby.
Yeah, thanks, Sue.
So are we live again?
We stayed live, yeah. It was just paused. And then let's see. I know some Liz will be staying off camera, but just acknowledging that everybody else is back. Great. I think you can go ahead, Chris. I'm sure folks are just eating off camera, so go ahead.
Okay,
Good
let me just say 1 minute, second. So we had an amazing morning. I think all of the council members will agree. Some super exciting programs and projects and plans being made around the state. What we're going to talk about and hear about in the next hour are rules, which are, you know, they're the one piece of authority and actual, yeah, I guess authority is the right word that the council has. So it's really important that we understand what these rules are. We're not being asked to adopt any rules today. This is preliminary, setting us up for next month. But I just wanted to underscore the importance of the rulemaking piece of our agendas, because that's really our role in implementing safe, accessible childcare in the state. So with that, I will turn it over to Chris, who is our legal affairs manager at DELC. And she's just amazing. We're so lucky to have her there. So Chris, welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair Miller, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris O'Grady. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Legal Affairs Manager here at the Department of Early Learning and Care. And part of my role is working on the rule coordination across the agency. And as Chair Miller mentioned, the Early Learning Council has the rulemaking authority for our agency. So we really welcome your input and your guidance as you consider our rules and take action on them. We just wanted to remind you that this presentation is really just a presentation on the rule sets that will be brought before you for vote, but we're not asking you to vote on any of the rule sets and rule changes today. We welcome any questions and requests for follow-up information that you might have from the presentations on rules that we'll have today. We'll have a presentation on the employment-related daycare rule updates, the central background registry rule updates, and the micro center pilot rule updates. And then we will come back to you in February and in March to give you an update on public comments. And we will ask you to vote on some of these rule sets in February and on the Micro Center pilot program rule set in March. So please just be prepared while you're listening to these presentations to ask any questions and prepare any requests for follow-up information that you may have. And with that, I will turn that over to Dorothy Spence.
Thanks, Chris. And thank you, Gabby. Hi, everyone. Dorothy Spence. I'm the Child Care Assistance Program Manager at DELC. If you want to go ahead to the next slide, I'll jump right into it. So I'm here today to present on a set of rule changes. The majority of these rule changes are to align OAR with already current functionality. And then the final rule change mentioned in this set is going to be to adjust the income limits and copay amounts to be in line with the new federal poverty level for 2024 that was recently released. In terms of a timeline, we'll present to you all today. There'll be a public comment and hearing in February, and then brought back for a vote for in February as well. Go ahead to the next. So to get into the first OAR change, it relates to the ERDC waitlist, and this is one of those changes that is meant already to align OAR language with the current operationalization of the waitlist and the functionality of the ONE system. So just very quickly on the background, since the waitlist was last implemented in 2018, the language in the OAR itself has not been refined in those last 5 years now. Additionally, as a reminder, this waitlist is the first time we've operated a waitlist within the ONE system. And so really making sure that our OAR reflects the actual functionality in the ONE system. The specific changes to OAR is to align with how eligibility is processed for the bypass population of those that have had an open case of ERDC within the last 2 months. Specifically, making sure that OAR acknowledges that this bypass is for anyone in the household, including a child, not just an adult in the household. So just the example there is if a child who has ERDC moves into a different parent or caretaker, that child still is eligible to bypass the wait list. The second portion of this OAR change relates to the child welfare bypass. After consulting with the child welfare team and reflecting on the OAR language, they had recommended removing the requirement to have an ongoing safety plan in place as part of the child welfare waitlist bypass criteria. This bypass still requires a CPS assessment or open case, and it's for individuals who need childcare to prevent the child from being removed from the home, allow a child to stay home, or allow the child to be placed with a known adult. The only change here is removing that language related to ongoing safety plan at the advisement of child welfare, given their current process. Go ahead to the next slide. This slide and this rule change relates to how specific income types are treated within the ERDC program. So the next couple of slides relate to that. This first section is how we count reimbursements a family receives for childcare costs. So the OAR change allows the historical exclusion to remain in place, even though the ERDC program has moved to a new agency. Again, this is already something that we're doing. It relates to mostly because childcare payments for ERDC are technically out of ODHS, our OAR language isn't in alignment with the fact that ERDC has moved to DELC, and we can continue to exclude ERDC payments as a countable asset. So again, clarifying current policies that are already in place and how it's being operationalized. Go ahead to the next slide. The next set of OAR changes relate to a
Dorothy?
Yes.
Sorry, this is Sue. Let me interrupt 1 sec. I think it's going to be most efficient if we just take questions on each of these as you go through them, if you don't mind doing it that way.
No problem.
So do you mind scrolling back 2 slides? And council, let's just see if you've got, and as Dorothy's saying, this is just sort of codifying what's already happening. So we're not making any big changes in this, but any questions on this wait list rule? Okay, how about the next one about the financial requirements? Any questions about this? Okay. Sounds good. Thanks, Dorothy. Well,
thanks for slowing me down. I appreciate it.
Well, it's too hard to track all of these things without doing it, I think. Yeah, as we go. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So this OAR change relates to reception and placement grants and how they're calculated and counted for ERDC income reasons. The reception and placement grants are grants issued to refugee families to aid them in the establishment of their new home. There are new grants called welcome grants that have the same function, but they're funded with private funds. So this rule change will give guidance to code and count welcome core grants in the same way as reception and placement grants for the purposes of benefit eligibility. It's already happening operationally within the one system, so this is just codifying that in rule. Any questions? Okay. This rule change relates to self-employment income. Changes are being made to the language for self-employment income to include the list of permissible and non-permissible costs that can be deducted from self-employment income. This language was historically included in OAR under the previous chapter when ERDC was at ODHS, and somehow we missed including that into the new chapter 414 of ERDC. So it's moving this language over. There's no fiscal impact to self-employed families or to the agency. It's really just moving this, this language set now into the ERDC rule set. Okay. And then the final OAR change that I'm here to talk about is the FPL changes to align with the recently released 2024 federal poverty levels. So our income limits for families to qualify for ERDC and the definitions for our copay tiers are based on the federal poverty level. As a reminder, initial income for ERDCs is set at 200% of FPL, and exit income is set at 250% of FPL or 85% of state median income, whichever is higher. So ERDC, along with other self-sufficiency programs and Medicaid, coordinate annually when the new federal poverty levels are released to update. And as a reminder, also ERDC income limit of 200% of FPL is equal to SNAP. So when ERDC updates our thresholds based on the new federal poverty level, that is also updated in SNAP and other self-sufficiency programs to stay in alignment. ERDC income limits and copay tiers are being amended to update with the new FPL and state median income levels for 2024. They're annual adjustments to initial and exit income limits, and we'll also adjust the thresholds for each of the copay tiers. I do want to acknowledge a couple of impacts. So while at the time I created this slide, we didn't have the numbers for the 2024 FPL, we do have them now. So for the entrance limit for ERDC, under the new federal poverty line guidance, the entrance limit will increase by between $120 to $360 per month. So families can make a little bit more in order to get into the program. Similarly, the exit limit has increased slightly by $334 to $662 a month. So again, what that means is a family that's looking to recertify can make just a little bit more per month and stay on the program. The impact is relatively small because it's given inflation, et cetera. The impact will be relatively small for the families who will be impacted. While the ERDC waitlist is active, families that are eligible to bypass the waitlist are those that kind of will be subject to that increase in that income limit. The updated entrance income limit will allow slightly more individuals to qualify, but again, the increase is about $120 more a month. It's not a significant increase. And then there could be a fiscal impact to DELC by allowing kind of a little bit more families to qualify given the increase in those entrance and exit limits. And that is all that I have for you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Any questions of Dorothy from council members? Nope. Thank you so much, and thanks for all the work you're doing on ERDC and all the testifying you're doing over at the Capitol. I see you online a lot. So thanks, Dorothy. Very important program for families. Okay, let's move then to the Central Background Registry, fondly known as the CBR. And Alicia, our Licensing Director will present this.
Thanks, Chair Miller, and hello, members of the council. I'm Alicia Gardner. I'm the Director of Child Care Licensing Division. It's great to be here with you today to provide this informational presentation on some of the rulemaking we've done on Central Background Registry. And then I've also prepared just a few slides for you just to provide some background on the organizational structure of CCLD, as well as where CBR fits within that org structure. So I'm hoping that providing that background information to you today, given that we have newer council members, will just provide some insight into the general rulemaking process, and hopefully you guys will walk away a little more well-informed. And of course, I'm always happy to answer any questions as we go along the way. And so for today, I'm here to kind of present some permanent rule changes that we're bringing to you for vote. And they are going to look a whole lot like the rules that the council voted on for temporary rulemaking in September of last year. And so we'll review those today. And what you will find is that there are no amendments to these temporary rules. Even after doing some engagement, you will see that these are pretty technical in the rulemaking, and also legislatively required or required through CCDF, with very few impacts to the system at large. And so we'll cover all that today. So again, before we begin into those changes, just wanted to provide you a high-level overview of the Child Care Licensing Division and the different units we have within each office in our division. We are the biggest office within DELC, the biggest division within DELC, and we have our division broken out into two different offices. The first office and our largest office in Child Care Licensing Division is our field operations, or what you can see here is called licensing. And this is what you would most traditionally think of when you hear the term licensing. So these are where all of our licensing specialists live within the organization, and they are housed within our field offices across the state. And this is where the majority of licensed programs have the interaction with us face-to-face. And then the rest of our units live with what we call our central office. And those include investigations, compliance, and legal and enforcement. So our investigations unit is a fairly small unit and conducts our investigations on complaints statewide. And they also do what we call tandem visits with Office of Training, Investigations, and Safety, which is an ODHS, and their role is to assess whether abuse or neglect has occurred within childcare facilities. We do those investigations with them so that we can get real-time information and ensure that we can act quickly when we need to take action on a license if it is assessed that children are being abused or neglected in those care facilities. In our compliance and legal and enforcement unit, this is where we have all of our legal actions and hearings taking place. So if somebody does have to go through that process, they will likely interact with somebody in that team, where we will inform them of their hearing rights. We will provide them a legal notice letting them know their options. This is also where we make those really heavy decisions about whether a program needs to be closed based off of the safety of children in care, or are there any intermediate sanctions we can take in order to get them back on track in order to keep them open. Next slide, please.
Alicia?
Yes.
Will you just tell us how many staff do you have in the CCLD?
Yes, I will, absolutely. If you go to, we already on the next slide. So we've got about 160 staff in Child Care Licensing Division. We are about half of the FTE in DELC. So we are very large, and that is why you see so many different units within two different offices, because we are actually a very large division. As you can see here on this slide, we also have customer service, which is the really awesome team that takes all the phone calls and emails from childcare providers with their general requests. And then we have a intake team, which is processing the hundreds of applications we get each day, either for central background registry or facility licensure or recorded program applications. That team looks at all those applications, verifies them, and processes them for the next step. And then lastly, you can see here we have our background team, and that is where all of our background checks for the central background registry are processed. If you want to go to the next slide, we can go a little bit more into our CBR rules and who's required to be in background checks. So there's actually quite a few subject individuals beyond what you would normally think about for as licensed program staff needing to be enrolled in the CBR. We actually have a pretty extensive list that is broader, and there's quite a bit of intersection between many parts of the early learning system for individuals who have to be enrolled in the CBR. So we really are providing this service across DELC, and you can see there beyond licensed childcare providers, we also have our regulated subsidy providers, preschool and school age recorded programs, OPK operators, operators of Federal Head Start, DELC employees, preschool promise grantees, and then we also have authority within this rule under a memorandum of understanding or an MOU. We would be able to also enroll in anybody who is a who's got anytime we have an arrangement with one of the 9 federally recognized tribes. And we also have this other smaller portion of the work, which is called a reciprocal agreement. And those are essentially contracts with respite care provider agencies, as well as Metro Service District employees, which it's more commonly referred to as Oregon Zoo employees. We conduct background checks on their behalf through these reciprocal agreements where they historically have been paying for this service, and we conduct it on their behalf through these contracts. And I'm highlighting that for you today because we do have a change to that in the last legislative session where we are now going to be subsidizing the respite care providers. Next slide. Okay, so it's hard to talk about CBR without talking about the complexity of why our system is the way it is and what our checks consist of. And we get these questions a lot related to why is it that we can't do K through 12 checks, or why can't we do some other kind of check? And I feel like this slide demonstrates some of the complexities onto why that hasn't historically been the path we've been able to take. Part of this is really related to CCDF funds. Our background checks are heavily regulated through federal requirements in order to access those dollars. And we're required by federal law to conduct many of those checks in our system. And as you can see there, the process is on the left-hand side. Prior to us sending a fingerprint letter, we conduct all of these in-state checks. When we receive fingerprints, we then do what's called a conditional enrollment. That is when an individual is allowed to begin working in childcare under direct supervision. And they may do that while we wait on the results of the fingerprinting, where we conduct national checks based on those fingerprints, and in-state check based on those fingerprints, as well as any out-of-state checks if an individual has resided out of state in the last 5 years. It is a very complicated process, but as you can see here, we are extremely comprehensive in our checks. And because of that, I feel really confident that when we say somebody can be enrolled, that we have done every check, out there to really assure that these children are safe being alone with this individual, and there is nothing in their history that might be concerning. And so while there are some timelines associated with this process due to the fingerprinting appointments that individuals have to make, the time also indicates that there has been quite a comprehensive background check system and check done for that individual. Yes, Peter.
Yeah, thank you. This is just, I know we've had some back and forths, the email, and I really appreciate the information. But this is really hamstringing providers who make a job offer to someone and then it can take weeks before they can actually have the individuals start to work with their child care center. And would we have to change statute to allow for a more straightforward system where a YMCA or Boys and Girls Club or even a home provider could do a national web-based background check that gets results back in a very short period of time, 24 hours usually, and then it would allow the person to go to work with that background check while this more extensive background check is being done, as long as that individual is not left alone with children. I mean, even if we're going to make a change like that, it would greatly help providers who are trying to get staff on board, but people will be offered the job, and then 2 or 3, 4 weeks later, they'll be working someplace else and won't be available when the background check is completed.
Thank you for that question, Peter. It's a really important question for us to be asking. Angie, I see your hand up, but I'm wondering if we can go to the next slide first, because Peter, I think it helps speak to some of the questions that you're posing here. I was prepared to bring you a kind of an update on where we're at with our timelines. I know that last year we faced a significant backlog, which really hurt this conversation related to how long it takes to get individuals enrolled. But what I can tell you is that we are very, very focused at this point in time in CCLD to ensure that our turnaround times are as fast as they can be, to the point where we've even identified a legislative KPM. We review them weekly together as a team. And I pulled the most recent numbers for you all to take a look at, so you can understand kind of where we're at in terms of timelines today. I wanted to just draw your attention over to the right-hand side of this slide, because we have been tracking very closely since November of last year how long it really does take to get to that conditional enrollment where individuals may begin working while we wait on their fingerprinting results. And as you can see there, our average time as of right now is 6.5 days. From the time that they are conditionally enrolled to where they're fully enrolled. But you can see also on the left-hand side indicates conditional timelines. So 80% of our individuals are enrolled that have applied within 4 weeks or less. And you can see the breakdown there that actually the majority of them are 3 weeks or less, and about 56% are enrolled when 2 weeks or less. So we actually do, comparing nationally to other states that I've talked to who are also restricted by these federal requirements, we're actually performing very well in timelines. And I do recognize it is a hard ask to ask somebody to wait even 2 weeks when they're trying to get to work. Certainly, that is something I think about a lot in my job, and trying to figure out, is there any way we can shave off time here or there? Peter, to get back to your initial question, I do have some concerns on whether or not we would be able to comply with CCDF based on the proposal of using a different kind of check. We would have to have some sort of analysis on what that check is, and then we would also have to analyze like what rules or laws would apply. We would likely have to consult with Region 10 on what that looks like, because again, these systems that we comply with in our central background registry are actually federally required in pretty much every space that we are conducting this. And so for licensed programs and for any programs receiving ERDC, this is the background check system that is expected by the federal government in order to receive those funds. And so that does give us a little bit of constraint in the flexibilities we can offer, I think. But here's the other thing I'm here to say. We know that there are individuals who are really anxious at times to get those individuals to work, which is why we have told our customer service team, if you have an urgent need and that individual is ready to go and they've submitted their prints, let us know and we can get that person through as quickly as they are willing to go. The other thing that's challenging about directors who are working within these timelines is we are restricted to confidentiality. So if an individual has something on their background check and we need more information, we cannot share that with a director because we're bound by confidentiality laws. And so very often at times we get directors who are calling us wondering where that individual's background check is, and there's limited information we can share because we know that individual has something on their check that has come up that we need more information on. And so that can also impact timelines for those individuals, and also the restrictions in how directors know and understand where the employees that they're trying to hire, where their background check is at. I'll pause there.
Can you clarify real quick what you mean by conditional? Because I think that's an important piece of what Peter's proposing too.
Yes, absolutely. If we can go back to the prior slide, I can revisit that. Thanks, Gabby. So when we get an application, we first conduct all the checks on the left-hand side of the screen. These are name and date of birth based state checks. These are preliminary checks that we conduct before we send off the fingerprinting letter to the applicant. The applicant must then go make an appointment and get their fingerprinted submitted to a field print office. We give them a code so that they're able to take that code to the office, and then they conduct their fingerprints. Once we receive those prints, then we do what's called a conditional enrollment. And that conditional enrollment means that individual is enrolled and they may go to work in care, but they also may not be alone yet with children until the full enrollment has occurred.
And how long is that taking, Alicia? Is that the 6.5 days number you referenced?
Yep. So if we can go back to the slide, the next slide on the timelines. So on the left-hand side, this is the timeline it takes to get conditionally enrolled. So as you can see there, 25% are enrolled of all applications are enrolled within a week. And then if you look into 2 weeks, we get about 57% of all individuals who apply enrolled within 2 weeks in that conditional status. It takes about, on average, 6.5 more days to get to full enrollment. But we're really focused on that initial approval because that gets individuals in the door so that they can go to work. And again, you can see kind of the percentages rise towards the end there, 57 or more days. I want to just call out that those are likely due to individuals who are not responding or individuals who have decided to move on to other employment and don't want to continue the process, or individuals who have something on their check and then just haven't responded to our inquiries to gain more information. And then I'm going to pause there, Angie, because I've seen you've had your hand up there for a little bit, and I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. You were correct. My question was being addressed on this particular slide. I wanted to know how long it took to get into conditional enrollment. So that has been addressed. I still share Peter's concern that it is very challenging to wait 2 weeks for somebody to be able to bring them on board. Although I will say, I do have contact with your staff and they are wonderful. And when I do have a very urgent need, I have been receiving a lot of support there. So specifically, I'll say this week I had a home visitor go on an unexpected medical leave for 12 weeks, but I have a requirement to have weekly visits with these families, and I have nobody on staff to fill that role. So I have to hire a temp to do that. And we've located a temp that used to work for us that can do it, but she is expired. I can't wait 3-4 weeks for her to get her enrollment back up. She immediately applied, and I think she'll probably get her fingerprint letter today or tomorrow. But that's what I was wondering. How many weeks is it going to take for me to get her in so she can start filling that role? But I do want to give a shout out to the people that I work with in your office, though, because they have been extremely helpful.
Thanks for that. And certainly we've learned a lot of lessons in the last year around how we can expedite checks. And our customer service team is trained and equipped to move things when somebody contacts us with an urgent need, because we do know your need is a great example around, like, there's an urgency there and we've got to get people in, and there may be others out there who aren't feeling that urgency. Like, certainly we've got a lot of renewals that that come to us that are a lower priority if they've applied timely and things like that. So we do have that system set up, Angie, and I'm glad to hear that at least that's working when you contact us. Peter.
Yeah, it's great to hear about the focus for folks with urgent needs, and I appreciate the customer service aspect of that. You mentioned that we're doing pretty well compared to like national standards. Does any state really knock this out of the park? Does any state get these things done in 2 days, or, you know, just yeah, out of curiosity?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I will caveat that I haven't done like a full analysis of every state. I've talked to a handful of states regarding their background check processes. And, you know, I think it's a little like apples to oranges in some cases. However, what I have found is that typically speaking, when timelines are shorter, it's because the agency is doing less on behalf of the applicant. So, for example, there are some states that will not conduct the out-of-state check on behalf of the applicant, which means that they don't even count their timelines until that individual brings back their paperwork and they have done it on their own. And so we conduct the out-of-state check on behalf of the applicant because we're trying to help individuals navigate through that very complicated process, but it does add to the perception that timelines are longer because we're doing that on behalf of them rather than telling them go do it yourself. And similarly speaking, there are some states out there that do not do any of the individual checks, and they wait until the fingerprinting is provided to them before they conduct any checks. And you will find that that's the case with K through 12 as well. And we have this intermediate step, which we provide in order to get people to work a little bit faster. But when you kind of mesh it all together, you know, it does, the full enrollment would be faster for us too if we said, you know, don't do anything until you give us your fingerprints. But then there's that step that is lost where they can go to work a little bit earlier, if I'm making sense. And so it's kind of based off of how systems are set up on how you're looking at timelines. And so in that way, it's a little apples to oranges. But what I can tell you is I've shown this and talked about this data with other states, and I have heard that we're relatively quick compared to others.
Thank you.
Marie.
Oh. Thanks so much for this. I have two questions. One is, I wondered if there are other departments or divisions in Oregon that have to follow this process, and is their timeline similar to this timeline? The second is just a point of note that, you know, in rural and smaller communities, even having someone halfway through the process, they can come to work, but it's almost like you're paying an additional staffer, and there's no budget for that. So I'm just wondering, I just wanted to make that point that it really does create hardships, especially in rural. I mean, larger centers, maybe it's not as much of an issue because there's a little bit more bandwidth, and obviously rural ERDC reimbursement rates are so much lower than urban. There's no margins there to sort of pay those staff while you wait for the full approval. So just wanted to make sure that was brought up.
Absolutely. I think it's something we think about a lot too. Our rural areas and our rural programs are some things that I, you know, sit in meetings about almost every day on how we can just support, knowing that there are one or two or just a handful of programs in cities, counties, and certainly background checks is a part of that. And, you know, the federal requirements still remain, and I do believe that we're doing everything we can to get those processed based off of the restrictions we have in order to receive the funding to fund a licensing system for the state.
Sorry, just one follow-up, and I do see Liz with your hand up. I just wondered, it sounded like in special cases, you're getting people through faster here and there. Is that generally known by people? And is there a way they can request something that's more expedited if they are a single owner operator and they really are in a bind and they can't wait the 15, whatever it stays that it takes?
Yeah, great question. So we have put out in our provider information sessions that this is a pathway that directors can take if they're feeling an urgent need. They can call customer service. And our licensing specialists also know that if there is an urgent need, they can expedite that need up to our background team. And so, you know, for anybody that's listening to this meeting today, or, you know, for any contacts that you all have as council, if there is that urgent need where it's like, I need to get somebody to work, or I'm gonna have to close down classrooms and I have this person, just give us a call. Our number 1-800-556-6616. And our team is equipped to give the individual who's calling us the next steps on how they can make this check fast. A lot of the times that, you know, we do interact, again, we are interacting with directors a lot, and it can be beneficial to have the individual call us directly, because then we're able to interact with them a little bit differently and provide some different information on if they're curious where their check is, or wondering what the next step is. Many times individuals haven't received, or they think they haven't received their fingerprint letter, but somehow it's ended up inadvertently in a junk mailbox. So we can help individuals kind of navigate through that to see where is your next step. It is beneficial to have the individual call us directly, but we help directors as much as possible as well, especially if they're letting us know that their operations are going to be impacted if they don't get that person enrolled right away. And sorry, Marie, just real quick on your other question. So we have been working with ODE, TSPC, and ODE's volunteer background check system to kind of conduct an assessment of how long things are taking between all the systems. And again, this is very similar to what I was talking about a little bit earlier, related to at what point do you start the check? And very often they do not even initiate their check or count in their timelines until the fingerprints have arrived. And so that is different in our system, where we start the timeline at the time we receive the application. But what I can tell you is their turnaround time is roughly around 2 to 3 weeks, which is very similar to our timelines, as you can see here in our data. There's pretty close comparison in the timelines and their goals for their timelines based on the reality of how long our checks are taking. Liz, do you have a question?
Yeah, just real quick, just one quick comment, or sort of something to keep your eye on, maybe to consider. When I went through the process of enrolling myself, one of the things I noted was for the fingerprinting side, there's no place in my county to go. So the closest, it was an 1.5 hour drive each way to go be fingerprinted. And so I just want to sort of flag that in terms of something to maybe consider as not necessarily low hanging fruit, but a way in particular in rural communities is figuring out places where folks can go. Because for instance, in this winter weather, there's no way people are getting out of my county to go be fingerprinted, you know, for the last probably 2 weeks. So, and the fact that they're driving 3 hours round trip is a challenge for them to be able to even go get those fingerprints. So it may be something where if there's a partnership to be had with, say, local sheriff's offices or things like that, we used to be able to do some of those fingerprinting on site. We're no longer able to, and that's meaning that our population has to travel to go take the next step in following through the process. So I just wanted to flag that as something that maybe perhaps over time we could work on within our rural communities, is figuring out how to have more local places where people can go to sort of get those fingerprints taken care of. But my actual question for you is that the process that you laid out, is that primarily for new people who are reopening? Is the process what does the process look like for somebody who is just re-upping? You know, they've been in the system for X number of years and now they need to renew. Is that substantially different? Are some of these checks still occurring? And is there possibly a way that that piece could be streamlined so that your staff is just focused on people who are newly entering the system?
Really good insights, Liz. I really appreciate you calling out about the rural inconvenience of having to drive. So I'd like to chat with you a little more about that when we have time, if possible, to get some more information on the location. And yeah, I think that's a great call out on where we could potentially look and do some analysis and see where we can improve. To answer your second question, if we can go back to the slide again on slide 12, all of these checks are still conducted when you renew. However, if you apply timely, which is defined in rule, I believe as it's either 14 or 15 days before your application expires, you remain active until we conduct the checks. So the benefit to a renewal is that you're not ever disenrolled unless if there's something that shows up like a disqualifying crime on your background check and we have to remove you. And even when individuals don't apply timely, we try our best to see if there's ways we can make exceptions on that that particular rule. And so the vast majority of people send in their application electronically to us prior to that 14-day mark, and therefore they remain active. And so there is no conditional enrollment if you're renewing. And I will also note that there's no conditional enrollment. We conduct these checks just the same as if you were new, but the impact is you get to still stay at work, and we're not saying you have to leave unless if there was something that showed up on your check.
Hey, Alicia, there was a question in the chat.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Just like the time frame of the numbers that you have on this slide. Is it for all of 2023 or just a month?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, this is just for this month. And what I can tell you is, I'm sorry, I do not have the yearly averages ready to present to you all today. I could certainly come back to another meeting and show you that. But what I can tell you is that in the last year, because 2023 was kind of the end of our massive backlog that we had, you will see the averages are much lower than they are now. And I do feel like because we have resolved the backlog issue, these numbers are more reflective of where we're at today and where we intend to go with future based on the staffing levels that we had, because the backlog that was experienced at the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, really was related to a staffing issue and being short-staffed and not having enough staff to process the applications. But we have staff in place at the moment. And so the numbers that you'll see for this month of January are pretty consistent with what we've had in the last several months. We've been kind of rolling out about 80% of all applications approved within 4 weeks or less.
Thanks, Alicia. And then just one last thing, if the timeframes you have presented are just for the Oregon side of the process, or is it including the full enrollment process?
Great question. Yeah, so the left-hand side is the timeline to get approved, and we count approved as conditionally enrolled. And then depending on, and so our average time is on the the right-hand side, where in order to get from approved to get fully enrolled, your average time in conditional status is 6.5 days. Angie.
Yeah, I was just reading the comment that Abby had put in the chat box about the renewals, and that sparked a question for me. Right now, there are no fees for the CBR, but I know it hasn't always been that way, and I didn't expect that it would always be. So are there plans to bring back the fees for the CBR?
To my knowledge, there are no plans to bring back the fees. We subsidize those checks, and I I sign off on those bills every month, and I think that's the plan for the time being. We know that, when we made that decision, I wasn't involved in that decision at the time, but I do remember, just kind of it's a really positive impact on the field to not have to pass those costs along to providers. I think it's last time I checked, it's roughly around like $75, $80 per check. And so it is quite costly. And so not to my knowledge, Angie, and I'm hopeful that will remain the same.
Thanks. And I just want to acknowledge the comment that Angie mentioned really quick just for the live stream. And it was dropped and it says, if an application for renewal and payment of the required fee is received by CCLD at least 14 days prior to the expiration date of the current enrollment, the enrollment remains in effect until CCLD has acted upon the application for renewal and given notice of the action taken.
Thanks, Gabby.
Thanks. And Alicia, thank you. And council members, we need to keep moving because we've still got another rule set to look at. So if there are other really deep dive questions for Alicia between now and February 28th, I would ask you to contact Alicia directly.
I would love that, Sue. Thank you so much, Chair Miller. And I just want to, I know that I just really am honored and appreciative that the council has so much interest in helping through these issues. Looking very much forward to partnering with you on ways that we can make positive changes where we can. And I would look forward and love and appreciate those conversations. Okay, moving along. Now to get to why I'm really here to talk to you today is related to the rule presentation. But I think the last conversation really helps frame up where we're at with these changes legislatively and through CCDF. And so you will see that we have 4 changes for you, 3 of which are related to bills that passed in the last session, and then 1 is related to a fix in order to be in compliance with CCDF. If you move to the next slide, I'll get into a little more detail about what that looks like. So the first change you're going to see on this slide is related to Senate Bill 283. This bill states that individuals contracted or employed to provide early intervention, EI/ESCE services who are required to complete a criminal records check either through the school district or ESD do not need to enroll in the CBR. So this is one change that occurred in order to remove some duplication in our system. Prior to this bill passing, early intervention specialists that were employed by the ESD or the school district actually had to go through both background checks, and now they only have to go through the one that the school district designates, and they do not have to go through the CBR. So that change is reflected in the proposed amended text, and there will not be any changes up until this point for permanent adoption. This is the temporary rule, and there has not been any changes made for permanent rule. The second change that you're going to see on the slide is related to the small population of enrolled individuals who have that reciprocal agreement with DELC to enroll individuals who provide respite care through their respective respite caring agencies. This bill directs DELC to subsidize the cost of those checks. And as a result, we have some rule changes in order to align our rules with what the statute says, which that these checks will now be free to the applicants in those respite caring agencies, and DELC will absorb that cost. Next slide. And so as a result of House Bill 3558, limited enrollment in the CBR can now be extended to those that would ordinarily be exempt prohibited. Exempt prohibited means when you are not allowed to care for children, even in an exempt status based off of something that has occurred in your record. So exempt prohibited means that that individual cannot enroll in the CBR nor provide exempt childcare. But this type of limited enrollment would allow that if a parent of a child who is a household member living in the home where the care is provided, and then the care is needed to participate in a jobs program or another ERDC subsidy program, this rule change allows that for us. And this is a similar provision that existed in ODHS's background check unit for regulated subsidy providers. And what we're really doing is we're just moving over that authority to the CBR rule set. And this will support families who are involved with child welfare access job programs and ERDC benefits when enrollment in the CBR is required for all those household members in order to receive payments. So essentially, we're building in some flexibility for families when they're in those situations. And again, this was passed as temporary, and there will be no changes for vote on the permanent rules. Next slide, please. And then lastly, you will find a change that we have for you related to the fix in our disqualifying crimes list. So CCDF requires that we maintain a list of disqualifying crimes. And the red text you'll see on the left indicates the rule change. And that ORS number that is highlighted there in red references Oregon statutes that define assault for when assault for is a crime that is a felony conviction. So in order for DELC to be in compliance with federal CCDF requirements, we need to update our disqualifying crimes list to include this type of conviction in permanent rule. Next slide. And then lastly, we held a RAC on this on October 26th of last year. No additional equity or fiscal impacts were identified on that temporary language. We had open comment until January 31st. We had our public hearing on January 22nd. No comment was provided at that public hearing. So provided, we still have that open comment period till the 31st, but so far not any additional public feedback to mention. And we are looking forward to bringing these rules for adoption in February.
Awesome. Thank you, Alicia. We appreciate the depth of information that you have at your fingertips, apparently. So you obviously live in this world, and we appreciate your openness to responding to all of these questions. So
absolutely, thanks. Anytime. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And now we will go to our last rule presentation on Micro Center pilot. And I think Carol Peterson is going to present this information.
Yes.
So welcome, Carol.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the council. My name is Carol Peterson, and I'm a Child Care Initiatives Analyst with DELC. And I'm going to speak to you today about the application, selection, and program guidelines for the implementation of Senate Bill 1040 Micro Center Pilot Program. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start by briefly outlining the purpose of the Micro Center Pilot Program. In the 2023 legislative session, Senate Bill 1040 passed and requires DELC to create Oregon administrative rules for a pilot program to address licensing barriers for small capacity programs that serve under 30 children. The developed rules will address the application and selection criteria for the pilot program participants. The main purpose of this pilot program is to establish a sustainable model for small capacity childcare centers to be able to provide affordable, high-quality learning environments that meet the needs of individual programs so they can better serve their communities. This pilot will help guide our future work in supporting rural communities by identifying rules that may be posing barriers for successful operation. Our primary goal for this pilot is to ease some of the administrative burdens to licensing that typically adversely affect the operation and success of small capacity childcare programs in underserved communities, which are more prominently located in the rural parts of this state. Based on the data that we obtained from the pilot program, we hope to identify health and safety rule adjustments that could be applied statewide and create a successful model that can be replicated and will successfully support expanding the supply of affordable childcare options in rural areas. Next slide, please. So this is a high-level timeline showing the activities that will be accomplished. The Rules Advisory Committee application was posted for recruitment on the DELC website on December 19th, and it closed on January 19th. So 60 people applied for this RAC, and it represented various sectors of statewide, including childcare operators, community advocates, and partner agency. The RAC, which is scheduled to take place on January 30th, will assist DELC in developing OARs that outline the pilot program. Specifically, the RAC will address the application process, program eligibility, selection criteria, and program guidelines to participate in the Micro Center pilot program. I'd like to extend an invitation that if a council member is interested in participating on this RAC, please let us know and we'll send you all the meeting details that you may need. After the RAC has been completed, we will be presenting permanent rule language for adoption at the March 2024 ELC meeting. And the application for the pilot will be available beginning in April, and the participants will be selected and the pilot will begin in June. The pilot will last for approximately a year, and during that time, data will be collected from the participants, and that information will guide future DELC rule work. Next slide, please. So Senate Bill 1040 defines some main eligibility criteria for applicants to participate in the pilot. The asterisks on the slide indicate which requirements DELC must consider according to the Senate bill. The required rules outlined in the bill cover the following items: the application process, eligibility, selection criteria, and program guidelines. To be eligible to participate in the pilot programs, the pilot programs must hold an active license by the Child Care Licensing Division, serve a maximum capacity of 30 children, and provide programming for more than 4 hours a day. The bill also specified certain selection criteria as well, including the pilot consists of 3 programs located in the following areas: Eastern Oregon, the Willamette Valley, and the Oregon coast. And they will be selected to participate in the pilot on a first-come, first-served basis. The priority will be given to programs who take families receiving state subsidy or are in communities that have the greatest need for childcare. As a safeguard, CCLD will confirm that programs who apply for the pilot have a satisfactory compliance history in order to participate. Next slide, please. To participate in the pilot, programs will work with CCLD to identify rules that cause difficulties in operating a small capacity childcare program and apply for an exception or waiver to that requirement. Since the exception process is already allowed under CCLD rules, this type of pilot model will not be a new procedure for the agency, nor will it require additional agency resources to implement. However, for CCLD, this is an opportunity to invite pilot participants forward to be proactive in determining what their specific program needs are and work with CCLD to address those needs. This approach will provide flexibility for the program to operate by meeting the intent of the rule, which will allow the program to tailor the request to better meet their individual needs. The benefit to participants is that they'll be able to immediately begin participating in the pilot once the exceptions are identified and are in place. Under our existing process, exceptions or waivers are typically granted for a short period of time, and typically there are not multiple requests granted for a single program. Our goal for using this exception process for the Micro Center pilot is to broaden the pilot participants' ability to use this structure for multiple requests and for an extended period of time. From July 2023 to December 2023, there have been approximately 82 exception requests submitted to CCLD from registered family homes, certified family homes, and certified centers. 32 of those requests were from childcare centers. However, the majority of those requests did deal with rules that have been altered or changed under the most recent Child Care Center rule revision. We're hoping that this pilot model may have a positive impact on small capacity programs when it comes to future rule revisions, since it will help identify which rules may need to be revised in order to support their success. We do anticipate some examples of possible requirements that programs may file exceptions for, and we think that they may include like staff qualifications, facility requirements, age group requirements, director responsibilities, and any other factors causing barriers in operating a micro center that are brought forward by community partners or participants. As indicated on this slide, there are safeguards in place with using this model since exceptions will not be granted if the requirement is established in statute or if the health, safety, and well-being of children may be at risk. This individualized approach will support the programs in smaller rural communities that oftentimes lack the same level of access to resources as larger, more urban areas. By allowing the pilot participants the option to operate under the exception request model, programs will be able to function in a flexible fashion, unique to their specific needs while still adhering to established guidelines from DELC to ensure health, safety, and well-being of children is still in place. In addition, another additional safeguard is during the pilot, a participant's compliance record will be monitored to ensure that health and safety standards are being maintained. If concerns arise, DELC may remove participants from the pilot if they fail to apply for any necessary exceptions or if the program does not follow established guidelines set by DELC. Next slide, please. While participating in the pilot, the programs will be provided with supports and assistance by DELC throughout the process. These activities and supports include on-site visits to the pilot programs, monthly one-on-one virtual meetings, a minimum of 2 group meetings with the participating programs, and additional consultation with community partners and advocates if needed or requested by the participant. Again, the goal and the purpose of the activities associated with the pilot is to assess whether operating through an exception request model provides the necessary supports for a small capacity program to operate in a sustainable fashion. Next slide, please. So at the conclusion of the pilot, individual participant interviews will take place to gather their thoughts and opinions about the process and the pilot itself. This information may be used for future rule revision as well as potential internal practice changes within CCLD. In addition, a final report will be submitted to the legislature summarizing the pilot findings. I want to thank you for your time today, and if you have any additional questions, please let me know and I'll be happy to answer them.
Suben?
Yes.
I have 3 questions and you don't have to answer any of them or right now.
Or all of them.
Or all of them. One is the purpose of the CCLD, the program, really just to look at barriers in terms of rules and regulations, or are there other contextual barriers to examine and look at in terms of what's going on in different regions that aren't necessarily about DELC rules and regulations? It could be about other things going on in the community. And yeah, so that's question number 1. Okay. Question number 2 is, I feel like there's 2 different research agendas that could be relevant, and I do think of them as distinct. One, which is, what are barriers to starting a program in a rural, what does that look like? How does that feel? What's the problems, right? And then the other research agenda is the one you just presented, which is like, in terms of just operating and functioning, what are things that kind of create hindrances and get in the way? And then my last research or question is, I wonder if part of the CCLD isn't just about identifying problems, which we heard about in the slides, but also identifying strategies and solutions and offering up potential, advice to the council or DELC or whoever needs to hear it.
Those are wonderful questions and great points. And specifically, in terms of your last point that you made, I do think that this is the starting point for us to kind of start untangling some of the barriers that people are facing with running small capacity centers, specifically in the more rural areas, because we know that at least one of the counties that we have has one childcare program in the entire county. So we really want to take this information and use this as a starting point to really start addressing some of those barriers, not only with in terms of our rules, but provide possibly some guidance on working with other community agencies to support programs as they're attempting to license. So we do want to address a lot of the points that you brought up. Thank you. Liz?
Yeah, thank you. I am really excited to see this rule set. I worked with Senator Anderson when he was working on this bill in the last session, testified on it. I am so excited that it's moving forward. I guess my question is DELC anticipating that the participants are primarily going to be existing centers, or are these home-based providers that are for instance, in my county, I've got folks who are maybe interested in being providers, probably could not run a full-blown center by themselves, but do not want necessarily to be running a business out of their home. They would love to be able to operate out of a church, something like that. But the minute that they're out of their home, those center licensing requirements come down on them, and they do not have the staff qualifications. They don't have the wherewithal to navigate those. And so I think when we were talking with Senator Anderson, my thought process was that this was a way for some of those people who would normally be going down a home-based path to have sort of a middle ground between home-based and center. So I was curious, when you're looking at applicants, are you anticipating these are going to be centers already in existence that are saying, hey, here are our big barriers? Or are we looking at trying to move some of those home-based folks who are saying, I would really rather have this be in a community building rather than my own personal garage or home?
Mm-hmm. So the way the bill is written, it does specify first come, first served basis. However, it is open to different types of care. So it's not only centers. So we could entertain potentially looking at those. The main the main issue may fold into some other work that our agency is doing with finding out from the other agencies, other jurisdictions, kind of what their requirements are, and seeing if we can help support programs through those requirements too. So right now we're kind of focusing on the pilot to see what comes out of that, and then hopefully be able to take that information and move that data forward and be able to support, expand and support both home-based care, center care, and all types of care. That's the goal.
And just to emphasize Carol's point, in the rulemaking advisory committee, to make sure that we're meeting the intent of the legislation, we are ensuring that there are home-based providers and center-based providers that will be participating, that can give insight into the application and program participant requirements for the pilot to make sure their voice is included.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, one last question, and then we've got to move on. Marie.
I'll just echo what Liz said. This is really exciting, and Carol, appreciate your very thorough presentation. Just wondering, I know you've got a diverse set of folks set up for your advisory committee, and we'll be following along through a number of folks I know who are participating. So excited to hear what comes out of that. Wondering if you could share a little bit about how you're exploring any national models for micro centers. I know this was brought up by, I think, part of maybe what came out of the national consultant a few years ago. So just wondering how you all are thinking about exploring what's happening nationally around micro centers and then bringing those lessons learned to Oregon.
I'm gonna bump that to Alicia. Alicia, do you want to take that question?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
I just have to echo, we are very excited about this work, and just want to frame up that there's going to be a lot of new unique models related to how we can do childcare, how we can regulate childcare coming at us. Like, we've got outdoor nature-based coming down the pipeline as well. So this is one piece of, I think, a more strategic puzzle of like, how do we develop regulations that allow for flexibility and innovation in childcare? And Marie, to answer more directly your question, I think what I do think is the scope of this bill is a little limited in that we know the other piece of the puzzle related to micro centers in the national conversation really relates to shared services. And how do we build shared services up so that these very small programs have the administrative burden relieved a little bit so they can focus on caring for kids. And what I will say is that we fully anticipate this is going to come to us as a part of the pilot. And because the scope is limited within regulations, kind of back to your point, Subin, we intend to identify that in a legislative paper to bump that conversation back up to the legislature, and also would love to discuss further with the council on what next steps could be taken after conducting this pilot, because our regulations for health and safety are just a small piece of actually making a model like this really be successful in our state.
Yeah, great questions, great responses. I just want to acknowledge what Alyssa put in the chat, that DLCD is supposed to be putting a work group together to identify local zoning permitting building barriers to childcare. So we know it's bigger than Alicia and her department. It's multi-sectors. We'll just start adding more agency directors to the council, and then we'll have even a bigger table. Carol, thank you very, very much for a great presentation. And obviously, we're going to be very excited to hear what the RAC has to say when we hear from you in February. Is that when you're coming back?
I believe it's March.
March. Okay, March. Great, thank you. And council members, if you are interested in learning more about the RAC, please contact whom? Alicia, Carol, Chris?
I believe Chris.
Yeah. Chris, okay. Contact Chris if you would like to potentially get involved in the RAC. Okay, so Chris, is that it for rules for today?
That is it for rules for today. We will be back in February to ask for action.
Okay, thank you. And we really appreciate you setting these sort of overviews up for us, Chris, so that we see and can ask questions 1 month and then not need to adopt them at the same time, but can see them again next month. So thanks for that process. All right, council, in the last 13 minutes. Wow, what an incredible meeting. I really want to thank Gabby and Harriet Dichter, who's now off the call, but with Build, for helping organize and structure the panels for us. I think they were incredibly informative, and I know all the presenters and you two facilitators, Robin and Peter, spent a lot of time prepping those for us so that they really could be so informative. And I'd love to know, follow-up questions, comments from council members in response to the information that we heard as we start planning future agendas for the council, and just figure out what sort of follow-up are you wanting to have. And then we'll talk a little, very briefly, about the short session that's coming up. But yes, comments on the morning. Subin.
This was, Robin and I had a chance to kind of meet before the council meeting to just, talk. And one of the things that we were talking about, it feels like even today, we're hearing about kind of a new initiative, a kind of an entrepreneurial, like a new idea. And it sounds like a wonderful, great idea. All the ideas are good. I'm not trying to downplay that. It's more that there's a lot of things in the startup phase, right? And I feel like that has implications for, just how the department is run and there's so much innovation, which is cool and interesting. People don't usually think of government in that way. But I wonder how to continue to make sense making out of all these things that are in these. What I know about startups is there's a lot of pivoting and adjusting, and we learn and we adapt. And so how do we continue to make sense of that given how much there is? Because that's the other challenge, is there's just so much to keep apprised of. And so that's my big wondering, even from the things we were hearing this morning.
Yeah, I share your wondering. I can't remember how many initiatives we heard about, but in all those background materials that we got, I couldn't even track all of the initiatives. So yes, and I don't know, hopefully people, including you, Alyssa, may have some suggestions of how do we even get our arms around this volume of programs. Robin, and then Alyssa.
Yeah, just briefly, because there's so many things I'd love to reflect on it, but we don't have too much time. Some of the things that just about flow and how we did the meeting, I think that we had a lot of materials for people to pour over, and which is important. I like when they say optional, it really helps so that we know what to prioritize if we don't have time for everything. And I know in the first two sessions, we didn't have them use visuals, but I think that if we could find a balance of, if it's a visual that helps to illustrate connected relationships between, those system visuals are just better visualized and talked about, because we had a lot of talking and I found myself wanting to look at the visual of how these departments are working together, because what I heard was a lot of connection and I was very excited about it. And it also is a really complex issue. I wanted to see how the first session and the second session, how those partnerships are thinking together about how the child, human-centered in the center, how is the social emotional metric partnerships working in partnership with the suspension and expulsion. Like there's all these relationship connective things, which I think are really well illustrated in visuals. So it was a really long day and exciting topics. I'm excited.
Yeah, good point, Robin. We will be fine-tuning as we plan the next meeting. Alyssa.
I just wanted to share that the governor has set expectations that every agency must have a strategic plan by June 1st of this year. And as a new agency, we obviously need one. And so we're sort of engaged in that process. We're building off of Raise Up Oregon, but Subin, kind of to your point, that's really going to be a good way to anchor. It's going to be how we as an agency prioritize our capacity, and obviously if it's in statute, it's law and we have to do it, but being able to more, I think, clearly articulate what we're working on over the next 5 years and how it advances the vision of the council, but is sort of that next level down in terms of what that means in terms of the day-to-day work.
Great. And I think it'll be really helpful, Alyssa, as you go through that planning process, if you can just update the council, periodically about sort of what are you finding, where are you heading? Because I know you and your staff are investing a lot of time in putting your plan together.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our caregiver engagements tonight and tomorrow. So I think February will have really good draft to kind of reflect back. And Robin, I just wanted to clarify too, for agencies like HEC, for example, that have had a strategic plan, they have more time to revise. So some of us are in different stages of the work, although I can't speak to whether they're referencing Raise Up Oregon in their development.
Yeah, good question. Good comment.
One of the things that struck me after hearing from, in particular, some of the work in the, I don't know the acronym, EIECSC, that's as close as I can get. I know that that is a part of the web of the council, but it's not like underneath what the council really has purview over. So there feels, I heard a lot like we want to talk systems change, and that's, easy to say and really, really hard to do. But if we think of outcome focus, like we talked about this morning, and not so much agency purview focus, and I know that's where we try and head. But at the end of the day, it does come down to who's in charge of it and who's funded. And so I know that those are longer term conversations, but it just strikes me after hearing today, like all the social emotional stuff we talked about for early and the interventions. And I mean, it's so critical, but it's not even inside DELC. So yeah. So
right.
Yeah.
Good observation, Marie. And exactly why the council is so important, because we're a table where those different agencies can come together. And obviously, Alyssa and Dr. Williams work together a lot, and their staff in John Reeves and Kara Williams. And but you're right, there is so much that's done outside of DELC that has a direct influence on Raise Up Oregon and how successful we're going to be in putting together an early childhood program. So you are right on. Yeah, and I think the program that Fairbour's talked about today, or Bill kind of did it, is really exciting. I hadn't even heard about that, but exciting to know that their ODHS is really going to focus on community involvement in order to keep kids out of child welfare. So there's lots going on. As far as the short session goes, Alyssa, what we heard from you was that we need the legislature to release the $9.4 million for that's for the literacy plan.
Yep.
Right? Early learning literacy plan. And then ERDC, I guess the language is 99 million is the floor of what will be needed for that program.
Mm-hmm.
ODE talked about 22 million for EICSE is their ask. And I'm not sure with OHA, it sounded like that was a federal approval that they need for Medicare for their incarcerated people who are, coming out to be on Medicaid. Sorry. So I'm not too sure where, we'd have to look into that more. But council, do you want, as chair, shall I send a letter to the governor and or whichever legislator will be taking the lead on these, saying we endorse these asks? Or how would you like to weigh in on this with our advocacy hat on?
I think it'd be great if you sent a letter to the governor, the Senate President, the Speaker, and the Ways and Means co-chairs on behalf of the council.
That sounds great.
I agree fully.
Okay. All right, we'll get that done. And Barry, I appreciate that you are always looking at kind of the long road. And so what is the target out there? And Peter talks about this actually. Yeah, you guys are kind of have a similar approach. So what are your thoughts about, looking at that?
Yeah, I don't want to be the one keeping us. It's really coming up on 2. It's been a long meeting, but I will say this. I think the energy around all of the initiatives we heard was great. I'm sorry I missed the section of the meeting that involved the updates from all the other agencies. Apologize for that. The issue around expulsion and the social and emotional development of young kids. It's all critical. I guess what I keep coming back to is scale and service, right? We appropriately have focused on how hard it is to reach underserved communities, particularly rural communities in this state. We've appropriately focused on how important it is to be culturally sensitive. But everything we've talked about, everything, it requires substantial resources. Every single person that came before us today talked about how hard it is to do what they're trying to do without money. And so part of what, and I owe you something, Sue, I will share this with you, but not now, and not probably for a while, but one of the things I want to be thinking hard about is how, given our political context, do we begin driving additional resources, particularly first to the hubs as useful coordinating vehicles, but then to some of these broader initiatives so that they can scale appropriately. I guess I am obsessive about that kind of thing. So
good, which is great. And timing is perfect because what we know is that we need to figure out, and Peter's been helping with this a lot. So what should be the recommendation from us as a council, advancing early childhood system work, to the governor as far as her 2025 legislative proposal?
Well, let's talk more about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we do need to talk about that. And we've got a couple of months to figure it out, but that's not a long time when you're talking about this big an issue. So we will visit that again. As you know, next month, we will hopefully all of us be in Salem on February 28th, which is the meeting date, that Wednesday. Workforce is going to be the deep dive. Some of us had a great virtual meeting yesterday with Ben Cannon and some of his staff and help getting them to set up a panel such as we did today. And Robin will talk about visuals for that panel. But so Ben and his staff are super excited for HEC to play a role in it. And then we're going to obviously, once again, want some community involvement. CCR&Rs are just a really key element in workforce development. So we will be connecting with them. We already have made the initial contact and we'll be connecting with them. If any of you, Ruby is very interested in helping us put that agenda together, but she's out of town today. If anyone else on the council wants to play an active role in developing the panels and in that agenda on workforce, please let me know and we will put you into our meetings. And Barry, I thought of you when one of the major comments yesterday from the HEC staff was, until you pay early childhood providers enough so that people want to go into that field, you're just kind of churning your wheels.
Amen, sister.
I know. I said, you know what? One of our new council members is on that. So that will definitely be a part of the conversation on the 28th. So
all right.
Just a heads up, and Barry will look forward to your comments on it. And hopefully we'll see most of you for dinner on the 27th in Salem, just for fun.
That's the plan. Look forward to it.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.